Meeting of Parliament, Thursday the 19th of January 2023. We continue with answers to questions.
Are we suspending standing orders? No.
Question number 91 of 2023. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government state how much it has spent on LNG and diesel in 2022?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 92.
Question number 92 of 2023. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Speaker, can the government state how much the power outages in 2022 cost the taxpayer in overtime?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before we are able to answer this question, the Honourable Gentleman would assist us by clarifying if he seeks calendar year information or financial year information. For financial year 21-22, he has the figures in the final budget book. For financial year 22-23, he will have the estimates book in the first week of April, of course.
Speaker, I think helpful if you could clarify question 92. Does he have a general figure in relation to power outages in 2022?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the point I'm trying to make to him in my response. We don't keep calendar year information. We keep financial year information.
The only question I would ask in relation to that is, can you not provide the House with a specific number in relation to power outages for 2022? So you don't keep that information? Yeah, it's for a year, right? Shouldn't hopefully be that.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, this is fairly basic. Let me try and take the Honourable Gentleman through it. I will try. I don't know whether you'll understand it or not. The first 3 months of 2022, Mr. Speaker, relates to the financial year 21-22. So we account for the overtime in the financial year 21-22, not broken down by month necessarily. The next 9 months of 2022 are accounted for in the financial year 22-23, not by month. They're accounted for by way of financial year. The Honourable Mr. Clinton has a question I will answer now, which will deal with the first 6 months of the financial year 22-23. So that's why I'm saying to the Honourable Gentleman, is he asking us for the calendar year information, or is he asking us for the financial year information? 9 months of 2022 are in the financial year 22-23. That's why I'm saying to him, he will have the information in that respect in the estimates book when we get to the end of March, and he will have the estimates book provided to him in the first week of April in the usual way. And in respect of the first 3 months of the year, not broken down by month, he has it in the other estimates book. This is why I'm trying to put to him that before we can give him a detailed answer, I needed to know whether he wanted calendar year or financial year. Calendar year will require us to break down the figures that we have for the first 3 months of the year for 21-22 and try and apportion that over time per month, which is an exercise. And that's why I was putting it to him in that way.
Mr. Speaker, it is a calendar question. I think it reads like that. I'm not too sure that I didn't say for financial year 21-22 or financial year 2020-21. It's obvious from the question that it appears to be a calendar year. And if I cannot believe it would take a civil servant's months to prepare an answer to this question. It's a fairly simple question, and I suspect that he has some of the information before him that might be able to further help this House in understanding the answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very unusual to be asked to provide information in calendar year terms in this way. That's the issue. Because we account in financial years which start on the 1st of April, providing a figure which is for the calendar year is a little harder. If the Honourable Gentleman considers that he wants it for calendar year, although we account for everything in financial years, I don't think I have in the information that I have available the calendar year provision. Because we just don't keep the information in that way. It's not maintained in that way. So I would invite him, Mr. Speaker, to have the information in financial year terms, in which case what he's asking me for is for a further breakdown of the figures already provided for 21-22, and I will refer him to 22-23 when we have it. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if he wishes to put the question again and set out in respect of calendar year 22, we wouldn't take the issue that he is asking it again within 6 months. But it will require an exercise to be done to break down per month all of the amounts and provide it per calendar year.
Is there any information that's contained in the answer that's been prepared by civil servants that would help us in any event?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe I am able to give him, if he wants it, the figure of the sum spent on LNG and diesel on the basis that those are invoiced to us monthly. So I am provided with the figure on the basis of the costs for the months in 2022, if he wants that. Okay, well, Mr. Speaker, the expenditure on LNG for the calendar year 2022 is 24,895,600,095 pence, and the expenditure on diesel, which is automotive gas oil, for 2022 amounts to 9,331,879 pounds with 25 pence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually want to go back to the question 92, if I may. The Chief Minister's referred us to the book, the budget book for 21-22 in respect of that. But surely the budget book, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but the budget book will have a collective cost of overtime, but surely won't give us a breakdown of overtime in respect of power outages, which is the question that we're asking. So referring us to the budget book won't give us the specific answer.
It won't give you the specific answer, but you'll have the amount for overtime, and then what you're asking me for is a breakdown of that overtime, so that then I can tell you how much of that overtime in respect of that head relates to payments that arise from a power cut. But you're asking for it then in the context of each of the financial years. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we've got to do a breakdown by month of the overtime and see how much of that overtime by month relates to a power cut, and then bring for calendar year rather than for financial year that amount. That's what I'm saying to him.
And given, therefore, that I won't find the answer in the book, and he's explained the difference between financial year and calendar year, of course, approach, which I understand, does he have a figure in front of him for financial year 21-22 broken down in respect of power outages?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Next question.
Question number 93 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise whether civil servants are allowed under general orders to act as directors for private companies, and if so, does the Chief Secretary keep a register of such individuals to monitor potential conflicts of interest?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the General Orders chapter regarding private activities of civil servants was revised in 2021. This now provides more flexibility and clearer guidelines in relation to declarations of any involvement in financial interest, business activities, private work and private trading. This includes the declaration or requests for permission to hold directorships of companies and private work amongst other business interests, as long as these do not conflict with their role within the service or prejudice the service in any way. This follows UK civil service practices. The Human Resources Department keeps for the Chief Secretary a register of all declarations and requests of such activities, and where appropriate, continues to monitor post-approval for any potential conflicts of interest.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Chief Minister for his answer. I was wondering whether it is permissible to give us a copy of that revision to General Orders. And then, secondly, would the government consider it reasonable for us to ask, for example, not necessarily, obviously I do not believe that he will give us names of people who have sought clearance from the Chief Secretary, but perhaps numbers of people according to, for example, classes of requests for permission, for example, directorships or things like that, but without actually disclosing names.
Mr. Speaker, I have a copy here of the bulletin, which I'm happy to circulate to honourable members. And when the clerk comes. Yeah, sure. There you go. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to provide the honourable gentleman across the floor of the House, if he asks me for it, the information that he has requested. I also believe that it should not be objectionable, but I have not checked with the Chief Secretary. But I do not believe it will be objectionable for honourable members, if they wish to see the register, to ask to come and see it. And once they see, I mean, on the basis that it is shared with them in confidence, in the sense that they cannot then bandy those names around. In my view, that would be unfair. But I'll give you the information that you've asked for in terms of numbers and classes. Perhaps we could agree the sorts of classes that they want. If they're interested in it, we could happily put that on the website as a statistic that's updated every 3 months. It doesn't necessarily have to be updated every month. And to come and see the register on the basis that it's not a publicly accessible register, but in the context of members of this House having oversight in respect of government business, I have no difficulty with them seeing the register on the basis they wouldn't then use the names.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Chief Minister again. I think what he's just said is entirely reasonable, and it is something that we will obviously consider on our side. And if I can just add, by way of an aside, I'm gratified to see that such a register is in place.
Next question.
Question number 94 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide, as in prior years, an analysis of total individual departmental expenditure outturn for the 6 months ended 30th of September 2022?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the analysis of total individual departmental expenditure outturn for the 6 months ended the 30th of September 2022 is subject to the usual caveats in the schedule I now provide the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, whilst it's delivered to the honourable member, I would just repeat that the usual caveats are that these are the interim financial statements for the period, and that they are based on the Treasury's accounting records as they stood in about November. And the figures contained in the schedule are therefore still subject to reconciliation by the responsible government bodies and may therefore be subject to corrections, and as such should not serve as an indicator of the likely outturn for the year in any way.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Chief Minister for the analysis. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a total, so it's a bit hard for me, Mr. Speaker, to come up with any comment at this stage. if we may come back to this later on with your permission, and if not, I'll lodge a question for next session. Thank you.
Just quickly, because I appreciate that the question asks about departments, so the answer might lie in that, but skimming very quickly through that, and unless I've missed it, I don't see a cost for the Gibraltar Health Authority.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because the question is about departments, and therefore the information I think we regularly provide is for the department heads. We don't provide it for the agencies or authorities on the 6-month basis.
I mean, I thought that might be the case, although, however, I was asking the question because I did see on the list the Gibraltar Regulatory Authority, on the other hand. So,
because I think the accounts of the regulatory authority are managed more directly by the Treasury than the GHA, which has its own accounting infrastructure.
and obviously, as the Chief Minister won't have that information, but would he write to me with the equivalent information for the Gibraltar Health Authority?
I will, Mr. Speaker, if he writes to me, so that I can have something to reply to. I'm just conscious that I could forget. If I say I will and I might not. I know that I've got something to send him already from the last session, which I know is being prepared.
Mr. Speaker, as regards to the Chief Minister's just observation that in the past it's only been departmental expenditure, I would draw his attention to the estimates book on pages 13 and 14, and the Health Authority is included within total departmental expenditure. And if my memory serves me correct, in the past, the Health Authority has been included in the list that we've been provided with, in order that we can do a full analysis of estimates to outturn. I would just like to make that point, Mr. Speaker, that in the estimates book, the GHA is included within departmental expenditure.
The contribution is included by way of departmental reference, not the contribution. Yeah, the GHA is dealt with at the back of the book. It's not dealt with by way of departmental expenditure. So I think it's important to clarify what the Honourable Gentleman has said. What appears in the departmental expenditure section of the book is the contribution. There is a reference in the list I've given to health and social care, which is a low amount. It's not the GHA proper. If the Honourable Gentleman says that in the past when we've given it to him, it has included the GHA, look, I'm surprised because the same people who've prepared that have prepared this and given it to me on the basis of what is usually given. But I'm quite happy to go back, and if they have added the GHA in the past, to add it, or to, or, as lawyers love to say, also provide it to the Leader of the Opposition if he writes to me. I have no difficulty with the Honourable Members having the 6-month outturnish, as we've said, on the basis of the caveats provided.
Next question.
Question number 95 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Borsino.
Does the government know by what number the housing waiting list will be reduced following the release of the 161 flats in the government rental housing stock, following, in turn, the affordable housing developments becoming available?
Answer the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with question 96.
Question number 96 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Borsino.
Does the government have any intention to build any flats for government rental?
Answer the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we discussed at length during the last meeting, the housing waiting list will be reduced directly by at least 161 in the first instance as a result of the sale of affordable homes. The subsequent reduction of the housing list cannot be provided with any accuracy now, but can be up to 3 or 4 times that. Additionally, the housing list would similarly be reduced by the move of elderly residents to the new government rental stock being developed for pensioners. These are 44 units at Chatham Mews and 83 at Bob Belisa Mews. The new facility at Rook will also likely relieve the list. And Mr. Speaker, I should just say as an aside that I know the Honourable Gentleman has another question on the order paper directly about that issue in relation to Rook. As set out in relation to Chatham Mews and Bob Belisa Mews, a number of government rental projects are already on foot.
Mr. Speaker, in relation, but just by way of premise, very brief preamble, the question arises as a result of a press release which the Action for Housing, which I think raised legitimate points following our exchange in this House, which dealt with, basically questioned, I think it was described as the domino effect by the Honourable the Chief Minister, and questioned really the positive effect that would or would not have on the government housing waiting list. And I think he described it as, well, he did describe it as, reading directly from the text of his press release, as excessive and far-fetched. So, but his view is that the reduction is going to be 3- or 4-fold in number. Now, is he able, on what basis does he say that? I understand that he may not have any empirical evidence at this stage, and he's already said that it's impossible to do so at this stage, but on what basis does he come up with what is actually, I think, a very ambitious result?
Mr. Speaker, I think we had this debate quite ad nauseum at the time of the last House before the Christmas festivities. But I'm quite happy to explain again to the Honourable Gentleman that our experience, having developed the affordable housing at Mons Galbe, the affordable housing at Beachview Terraces in the time that we have been in government this time round, and the work that was done in the early 90s as a result of the first affordable projects. And indeed, what we see was the management of the creation of the affordable and rental housing stock in their time shows you that if you properly manage the allocations of the houses that become available after people move to the affordable housing, you can take what they leave and use it to create that domino effect. So, as I explained to them last time, but I'm happy to explain again, if people leave a 5-bedroom house because they're going to a affordable home that they've bought, the 5-bedroom house will be taken by somebody who is in a 4-bedroom waiting for a 5. The 4-bedroom house will be taken by somebody who's in a 3-bedroom awaiting a 4. The 3-bedroom house will be taken by somebody who's in a 2-bedroom awaiting a 3. And the 2-bedroom house will be taken by someone who's in a 1-bedroom awaiting a 2. The 1-bedroom house will be taken by somebody who's in a bed-sitter awaiting a 1. So that's how you create the massive domino effect. And you can take up to 3, 4, or 5 people and move them as a result of one property being vacant. Additionally, and this is the point that we also discussed last time, and Action for Housing did not take into consideration in the letter that they published in the press, there is also the rental housing being made available at Chatham and at Bob Belisa Mews, which is not just therefore 161. You have to add to the 161 the 83 and the 44. So, Mr. Speaker, that's 205 plus 83, 208 plus 80, 288. When you multiply that 4 or 5-fold, you're getting to be able to move a lot of people from where they are on the housing list. When you add Rook, which is going to add not housing, but the sort of living that elderly people need who need care, and you move them from homes that they may be in, it's impossible to say what number at Rook. There's another question on the order paper I don't want to get into. But Rook has 267, I think, from memory, flats. But a number of them may be taken by people who are in other areas, etc., etc. So we don't know how many would come from government flats that would become vacant. Say 100. Yeah, that's 388 moves from a government property into new properties. The affordables, the rental, and Rook. 388 multiplied by 5. Okay, multiply it by 4. Creates a domino effect which deals in very large measure with the numbers on the housing waiting list. But then, of course, you've got to break it down into the appropriate categories. So you might still have 4 or 5 people who are in the 5 RKB waiting list, even at the end of that, because although you've moved a lot of people, and you might even have availability of 3-bedroom properties, you haven't got what they need, which is a 5-bedroom. So it's not possible to say that you're going to completely get rid of the housing waiting list, because there may be some configurations where you might not be able to do so entirely for a short period, because there is always churn on the list. But you're going to be able to do what we say we expect to be able to do without that prediction being fairly described as excessive or far-fetched. Because in fact, if you factor in all of the information, and one doesn't allow oneself to be led by the nose by the opposition's view of 161 flats, you actually have all of the information at your disposal, which we disclosed in this house, the 161, Rook, and the rental homes that we're building, then you do get to do a calculation that gets you much closer to where you need to be.
I think that's a very interesting expose and explanation. I do acknowledge that a lot of what he said, he did say in the last session of the House, but I wanted to drill down further because of the comments made by one of the NGOs which deals with this issue, and I thought it was important to raise it across the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker. Is he able to, and I suspect the answer is going to be no, because I suppose it is a question really of suck it and see, but is he able, would he venture at this stage to say by what figure he thinks the housing waiting list, which I understand, and I haven't checked this figure, but according to Action for Housing, stands currently at 792 applicants, by which figure that can be reduced by?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I have done a lot of work with Action for Housing in the time that I've been in government. I have a lot of time for their commitment. That doesn't mean I have to agree with their arguments. In fact, it's my job to deliver housing. It's their job to continue to put pressure on the government to deliver housing. Those are two different jobs. One doesn't come with the level of responsibility that the other comes, because, of course, in delivering housing, we also have to deliver housing in the way that is the best value for money for the taxpayer, which is our other responsibility as custodians of the public purse. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that given the Honourable Gentleman who's raised this across the floor of the House, it is not possible for the government to accept that what we're doing is figure juggling to try and convince the general public that this exercise will go a long way towards resolving our chronic housing problem. Quite the opposite. What Action for Housing are failing to do in the way that they present their figures, and I'm dealing with that because the Honourable Gentleman has put it to me across the floor of the House, is to factor in not just the 161, but the 83 at Chatham, the 44 at, the 83 at Bob, the 83 at the 83 at Bob, and the 44 at Chatham, and the Rook issue. When you put all that together, Mr. Speaker, you're not figure juggling. You still can't break it down in terms of the constituent room composition requests, because you can't, because it's dynamic. And also because Hassan Centenary Terraces will be ready at one date, Chatham on another, Bob on another, Rook on another, and therefore you're going to have a different housing waiting list at different times, which is not one picture. This is not, on the 1st of September, everything is ready. What is the housing waiting list on the 1st of September? Boom, it happens. It's dynamic. It happens at different times. So the effect of one, which is one of the affordable housing estates, will happen in part, because it's in 2 phases, during the period of the summer of this year. The second phase of Hassan Centenary Terraces, Bob Belisa and Chatham will happen on another date, and the housing waiting list will be a different picture then. And Rook will happen perhaps sooner than all of them, so the housing waiting list will be different. And therefore, you don't have one target that you are dealing with on one date. That's why I can't give him a figure. And if he were sitting where I'm sitting, he would be doing exactly the same thing. unless the argument is, and this is where I think it is completely wrong, you have to just build to the housing list. If what you're saying is build rental stock for the housing list, then you are not looking at value for money. Because if you're going to deliver an apartment for an elderly couple to which you're going to move them from a 5-bedroom, but you're also going to build a 5-bedroom, what are you doing in terms of value for money for the taxpayer? Better you build for the price of 1 5-bedroom, 3 pensioner flats. That releases 3 5-bedrooms, and in that way, you move the list in the right direction. That is the philosophical difference between us and Action for Housing. It is a good faith philosophical difference because we both want to achieve the same thing. We have the obligation to achieve it not esoterically or philosophically, but looking at value for money for the taxpayer. And this is how we have demonstrated in the past it can be done, and how we believe we will now demonstrate it can be done again.
In relation to that, that final point, is it the case, because when Action for Housing, and there is a call out there by some sectors of our society about a call for another government housing estate, a la Mid Harbours, Varelbeg and all the rest of it, which is, I think, where Action for Housing are basically the point they're driving at when they make the point that really the only solution, they don't accept what the honourable member opposite is saying, so they're saying the only way of breaking the back of this problem is to build another Mid Harbours, let's say. Do I take it from the honourable gentleman's answers that that is most definitely not the intention of the government, and that the rationale for that thinking is that it isn't value for money for the taxpayer to do it, to go down that route? Because in respect of the specific question that I asked, which related to government flats, he referred to the 44 and 83 a number that are being built, I think, for the elderly in the 2 affordable housing schemes that the government is embarked upon and is currently, well, about to start putting bricks on the ground in relation to that. So, but apart from that, there isn't a commitment to build a new, if I can put it in these terms, proper government housing estate.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he has asked me really 2 questions, right? So let me start by answering the first. The idea that you can only resolve the housing list by building a new estate, that some apparently have taken the view is the correct position. By some, I assume he includes himself, because I understand that this is the position that they have taken. At the last general election, they said they were going to build a new estate. They would be wrong, whether it is they, the GSD, they, Action for Housing, or they, the people who Mr. Bossino says are saying this, they would be wrong to argue that the only way to deal with a housing list, as we have at the moment, is to build a new housing estate. I will demonstrate why they are wrong. In 1988, Gibraltar had a housing list which was greater than it had ever been. I think, from memory, it exceeded 2,000. By 1996, the housing list had been eradicated. No government housing rental estate had been built. The management of the building of affordable housing and the beginning of the provision of housing for pensioners, although not building but providing houses in existing estates for pensioners, had enabled us to do that. In fact, some were built for pensioners at the bottom of GIB 5 and were provided as rental. Yeah? So you can get rid of a housing list that is 3 times the size of what it is today without building an estate for rental. Full stop. Demonstrated. Empirical. There's the evidence. You can build an estate for rental and not solve the housing list problem. I will demonstrate it. In 1996, the housing list was at its lowest ebb ever. 2002, it was once again longer than it had ever been since 1988, and mid-harbours had been built. So building a housing estate for rental does not solve it. The Honourable Gentleman seems to take issue with some of the facts I'm saying. Mid-harbours, the dates are not wrong. No, between 1996, when they took office, and 2011, when they left office, yeah, mid-harbours had been built. So mid-harbours had been built, but the housing list in 2011 was longer than it had ever been, except in 1988. So you can build affordable housing, which they built. You can build pensioner rental, which they built. You can build rental, government rental straight, and still not deal with the housing list. But if you build affordable, if you build elderly rental, government rental for the elderly, and you manage the elderly problem, you can get rid of the housing list, as we did between 88 and 96, and as we will do now. One more final fact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clinton should perk up. An estate with 350 homes, yeah, the sort of size of estate that you would expect to build, at £3,000 per square metre, with an average of 70 square metres per apartment, which is the average, £73.5 million. If you're going to reduce debt, and if you're going to solve the housing crisis, and if you're going to end the pay freeze, better honourable members think a little about how we are proposing to deal with the issue without spending £73 million.
This will be the final supplementary.
Ms. Spears, simply to make the point, because I'm actually keeping a tally of my supplementaries and indeed of other gentlemen's and ladies' supplementary, because I think I've asked this. This would be my fourth of two questions. So on that basis, I think but the replies are also long, and I'm not complaining about that because they are full replies. I think it's an important social issue. And indeed, he talks about the figure, a rounded figure of £74 million. He's calculated very quickly. We can check those figures ourselves, no doubt. But then there's also the ongoing maintenance costs, which also falls on the government into the future. Windows have to be fixed, all the rest of it painted. So that's a point which I'm assisting him in his argument. Yeah, exactly. So. But in relation to the point that when he was explaining the flats which would be made available, which would assist in bringing down the housing waiting list figure, he mentions Rook, but he doesn't mention the project which is online to build by the Laguna Club. I think he knows which one I mean. Would that also assist? Or he's shaking his head, so maybe he can explain why he didn't include it as part of his response.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm shaking my head is because, as the honourable gentleman, I think, will recall when I remind him, that project is to build for elderly residential for sale, principally for people who are living in existing affordable housing. So, for example, the example that we imagine, as we sort of try and plot this and see whether it's an issue, is somebody who bought in the affordable housing schemes in the late 80s and early 90s, has built a family there, now wants to sell, can sell for 10 times what they bought, but 10 times what they bought, which is a very tidy sum, you bought for 35, you might sell for 350 to 400,000, doesn't buy you a one-bedroom in one of the private estates or developments near town, and you probably want to be near town because you're elderly. So to create churn in the affordable housing estates, even though they're at open market, we need to provide an opportunity for people to buy also at an affordable-ish rate, but with different covenants going forward, which we discussed generally here. We were going to make policy decisions on as the whole thing progressed. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I understand that today or tomorrow a press release will be issued by the Ministry for Economic Development asking for expressions of interest from people who might want to buy in those sorts of estates in the future. So just to gauge the interest that we believe is there and to confirm that it is there to purchase those estates. And Minister Bolsano will be issuing a statement in that respect in coming days, which I urge people to look out for. Mr. Speaker, just to clarify my answer before and so that we are on the same basis, talking on the same basis, I am reminded by the keen ear of former Minister and much loved former member of this House, Pepe Baldacchino, who is watching and listening, that the housing waiting list in 1988 was 2,126. And just so that we are talking about the same numbers, the Honourable Gentleman said he would like to check. The calculation I have done, which I said before, but just to be very clear about it, is £3,000 per square metre to build, more or less today, and 70 square meters per apartment. It's an average. You have bigger ones and smaller ones, but the average tends to be, for the purposes of working out the cost of developing 70 square meters. And I calculated 350 flats in an estate. You can build a bigger one, you can build a smaller one. But if you build a smaller one, don't pretend that you're going to be able to deal with the housing waiting list by building your way out of it, because then you'd have to build 792, which I understand is the waiting list more or less now. So that is why we are saying, Mr. Speaker, the combination of the things that we're dealing with, not the building of affordable homes for pensioners, because those are for people who are already in affordable homes and therefore are not housing list fodder, so to speak. The building of rental for the elderly, the building of affordable homes where people are given priority if they vacate properties that they hold which are government rental, and the building of adequate elderly residential facilities of the sort that we're seeing at Rook will be able to deal with the housing waiting list. And we do not believe that this is a calculation that is excessive or far-fetched. And I ask Action for Housing to take into consideration not just the domino effect on the 161, which is what they referred to in their public statement that the Honourable Gentleman has raised with me, but also the additional homes that we are going to provide, the 83 and the 44 for elderly rental at Chatham and Bob Belisa Mews, and the Rook facility.
It's simply for the benefits of the House. I think the Honourable Minister for Economic Development has already issued the press release. It's out, inviting people to write to him at 31 Town Range if they wish to express an interest in the flats I was referring to.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for clarifying that. I believed it was about to go out. I didn't know it had gone out. I very much hope that people will read the press release and will indicate their interest if they are interested, so that we can gauge how many of these units we have to build. We are convinced that there will be a serious take-up and that the project at Laguna will be only the first of many such projects, which will address the point that the Honourable Sir Peter Caruana, the former leader of the party opposite when he was already a backbencher on the other side, said one of the key issues that we had to deal with. When do we stop building affordable housing, and how do we deal with numbers then? And our view is that one of the ways, perhaps not the only way, but one of the ways that we deal with it is by creating churn in the affordable housing market, with a way out at the, I hesitate to say at the end, later in life, when one is older and wants to buy a smaller unit. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask a net question. I was listening carefully to what the Chief Minister said about and creating churn, and to a very large extent, of course, we agree that creating churn alleviates the housing issue as well. I'm not sure we are exactly where he is in respect of government rental housing. I mean, there are different arguments, of course, as to whether you can do it that way, and the way that he has described, without going over that territory again, or whether actually, if insufficient rental housing is built over many decades, it causes a log jam, because also you've got to take into account the growth of the population, which is very obvious as over the last few decades, the growth of the Gibraltarian population. But anyway, that's not the question I wanted to ask, because I suppose that's the basis for a housing symposium that would lead us to different, perhaps philosophical positions or different positions of approach. What I wanted to ask him is, in relation to the 161 figure, does he have a number of how many of those are going to be released this year?
Mr. Speaker, it could in fact lead to a symposium which would not, I think, start on the basis of the premise that he has set out, the idea that sufficient has not been built for rental over a number of decades. Because if we look at the past decade and a half only, we have seen Mid-Harbour Estate being built, we've seen Bishop Ganija House being built, we've seen Albert Riso House being built, we've seen Charles Blusson House being built, and we've seen Seamaster Lodge being built. Now, you take those last four, those are almost an estate for the elderly that is being built. And we're now adding two more, the block at Bob Belisa Mews and the block at Chatham. So the question is, do you build for general provision or do you build for elderly so that you also create the churn in the rental? And I think that if anybody were looking at this objectively, and we're not trying to gain votes, they would say it makes sense, of course, to do it in the way that you're proposing. But of course, it equally makes sense if you're trying to gain votes to go out and say that you're going to build for rental generally so that people think that there is the result. But Mr. Speaker, what would certainly not work, what is an economic madness, is to sell your existing rental stock of post-war housing, as honourable members did when they were in government. Because then you're undoing the asset that you have in rental, you're selling it and taking it out of circulation. And you're selling it at 1/10 of its value, and then building at 5 times the cost of sale. And that, Mr. Speaker, looked at objectively, not looked at through the prism of what we want to say this year so that we might or might not win an election, looked at through the prism of what is good for the people of Gibraltar in the long term, is certainly the wrong thing to do, whilst doing what we are proposing, looked at objectively, not trying to gain votes, trying to do the right thing and trying to deliver value for money, is obviously, objectively, the right thing to do.
Mr. Speaker, that didn't even come close to answering the question that I put as to whether how many of the 161 is going to be released this year. So I'll ask it again. How many of those of the 161 is going to be released this year? But before I sit down, so I prefaced my question with the statement, and I thought it was fairly neutrally expressed actually, that there might be a disagreement of approach as to what is the best way of solving the perennial, decades-long housing issue. I didn't say that their approach is in some way some kind of Machiavellian approach to gain votes or whatever, and it's only our approach that is value for money. But the way that the Honourable Chief Minister put it, their approach is value for money, and any other approach, and he was pointing at us, is to gain votes. Look, I mean, ultimately, I'm laying the ground to the position that there might be legitimately a difference of opinion on how to approach the housing crisis, and both are taken from good faith positions. That's what I'm saying. But I ask again, how many of the 161 are going to be released this year?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is entirely right. I forgot to give him the answer to that because I was dealing with his first point, which I don't think was made in the way that he has pretended. But I will tell him the answer to the first one first before I deal with that, so I don't forget the second time. I don't have the number of how many of those 161 are in phase 1 of Hassan Centenary Terraces and how many are in the rest of the phases of the other affordable housing. But Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman prefaced his intervention by saying one of the issues you could look at is if you haven't built for rental in decades, it could create a logjam. And I was trying to deal with the point that, in fact, there has been building for rental in the past decade and a half, and considerable building in the past decade and a half. That was the point that I was trying to make. And Mr. Speaker, of course, we must assume that we all come here in good faith, and I don't assume that they don't. But having done the analysis, I do not believe that a person properly directed could reach the conclusion that there is a better value for money approach, and we must all want to deliver the best value for money, than the one that we have set out, and I have demonstrated to the honourable gentleman, I believe, in the way that I've done the analysis of the period 96 to 88 to 96 and 96 to 2011, can be seen in one instance to already have dealt with a housing list which was the longest that we have had, which was 2,000 people. That's why I'm making the point, Mr. Speaker, because the issue must also be one of value for money.
My final question, Mr. Speaker, on this, and the honourable member doesn't have the answer to the question I asked, so I will write to him, and if he, I mean, it would be helpful if you could give me that information. But does he see the point? Does he see the point that while he's given quite a lengthy explanation on the churn, and I've agreed with him that churn is important, the problem with the explanation is that because it's tied into the delivery of Hassan Centenary, Bob Belisa Muse and Chatham Views, all these numbers he's given, 161, 83, 44, but the expected completion dates of Chatham, Bob Belisa, not till maybe 2026 or 2027, the reality is that broken down, it would be helpful to understand what the yearly churn is, because actually when you break it down into the yearly churn might be relatively small, deliverable from all these estates over a period of 7 or 8 years, and it won't have that dramatic effect that he's hoping for. So I ask the government to perhaps, it would be helpful to them. I'm sure they maybe even have this information, but if they don't, they should probably procure it, I would suggest, to see what the yearly churn of these figures are.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to reply to him if he writes to me. We are going to start becoming pen pals at this rate, and it's only I'm only 1/3 into my questions. Mr. Speaker, the period will not be 7 to 8 years. We're delayed on Chatham and Bob Belisa, but the latest date by which they will be ready has already been provided, and it is not 7 or 8 years from now. So he doesn't need to refer to 7 or 8 years from now. The problem we have, Mr. Speaker, is that we're trying to catch up, because the important thing is to build at least 200 units a year in terms of housing. That's what we have insisted for some time now, is what you need to do in order to stay ahead of the curve. If they had built 200 units a year in the 16 years they were in government, then we would not have been in the situation we were in 2011. In the period 96 to 2003, which coincided with him being a minister, but I'm sure it's not relevant to him because he wasn't a Minister for Housing, there was nothing built. Those are the issues. And Mr. Speaker, the other point that I think is important is that we simply reflect on the fact that the Honourable Gentleman's alternative solution would suffer from the same affliction that he says ours now suffers. Of course, we have the difficulty that we were not able to build because of COVID, right? Okay, fair enough. So we're delayed. But if they win an election, it's not going to be in a way that enables them, let's assume the worst, and they win an election during the course of calendar year 2023, they cannot pretend to start building until 2024. So that means, Mr. Speaker, that their estate for rental, in the idea that they might be bringing an estate for rental into the mix, would not be ready until after Hassan Centenary Phase 2, after Bob, after Chatham, and after Rook have been delivered. So it would not for one moment enable you to pray in aid as a way of resolving the difficulty that he says we have, that they're now going to go and build a housing estate. Because the housing estate, ironically, is going to be ready when we have broken the back of the housing problem with the issues that I've already explained across the floor of the House. The delay cuts both ways.
Next question.
Question number 97 of 2022. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
What are the expected costs of the additional story to the Eastern Beach car park, and which entity will fund it?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer question 98.
Question number 98 of 2023. The Honourable the Chief Minister. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Maybe one day. He will certainly be promoted. Mr. Speaker, who will be eligible to use the extra floor of parking being considered at the Eastern Beach car park? To use, I don't think I say use. Yeah.
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
That's more like it. Mr. Speaker, the expected cost of the additional story of the Eastern Beach car park is £2.8 million. The entity that will fund it is yet to be confirmed. An announcement about the eligibility for the use of the additional floor of parking at the Eastern Beach car park will be made at the appropriate time.
I mean, if the question of eligibility will be decided upon at some point in the future, why is this car park being built in the first place? As I understand it, there are 2 floors already. As I further understand it, I'm told that they're not used to full capacity. So why is this extra car park, extra floor in the car park, at a considerable cost, at first blush, almost £3 million, is being built? Who is it being built for?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know who is giving the honourable gentleman that information, but there are times of the year when the car park is more than abarrotado. In other words, it is full and overflowing. And given the debate we have just had, I shouldn't say that, Mr. Speaker, you will tell me we shouldn't have debates at question time. Given the exchange we have had at question time a moment ago, the honourable gentleman is surprisingly appearing to overlook the fact that phase 1 of a new government affordable housing estate is going to be provided just across the road from that car park, and phase 2 has already started. And those are a considerable number of homes. There's another question on the order paper about parking for that estate, and he will see that I will answer him. I will say no more other than positively in respect of that. But of course, in the area, although there are parking spaces available for each resident in the areas and estates that have been developed, most people don't have just one car, to the chagrin of the Honourable Minister for Transport, but they have more than one car, and therefore provision has to be made in the area. And the reason I haven't given an answer about eligibility is because we need to work out as a matter of policy how we provide for that, and we expect to be making a statement which will be quite detailed about people in the area, the summer use of the car park, etc., which we haven't yet finalized, and therefore we will be making a statement during the next few weeks, which sets out that eligibility criteria. Mr. Speaker, the car park is expected to be finished by late May, June.
So in short, is the answer not that this extra floor is being built for those people who are going to be living at the affordable house? In effect, that's what he said. And does he not agree with me that this policy decision to spend £3 million for extra car parking spaces runs absolutely and utterly counter to the policy, which should be the policy of this government, because it seems to be the policy of the honourable gentleman sitting to his immediate left at the moment, the Minister for Transport, to encourage less use of cars. So it just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no, I haven't said the thing that the honourable gentleman has said. I have said, in fact, the things that Hansard will reflect I have said, and not his summary as he wishes to present it. Mr. Speaker, there are going to be people at Hassan Centenary Terraces. There are people already at Beachview Terraces. There is a new private development across the road. The government has seen already, and members opposite may have seen also at the DPC, proposals for other developments along Devil's Tower Road. The government has announced, we have not yet finalized, but we expect to, a project to the south of Hassan Centenary Terraces, which is called the East Side Project, which will provide some parking in some areas, which we've already talked about, but it's going to be just there. So the volume of people that there will be on the east side in a new city, in effect, that will be the east side, will be massive, and not just those who are going to be at Hassan Centenary Terraces. And what the Minister for Transport wants is for cars to move less, and therefore car parks are an essential part of the strategy.
Continue with the Honourable Damon Bocino.
Mr. Speaker, is he able to tell me how many parking spaces will be made available as a result of this construction? And further, is he also able to tell me what the totality of the car parking spaces will be once I think it's going to be the third floor, is constructed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but it's publicly available information, I think, or not. Hang on, let me see. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's been marked out entirely. So no, I can't give him the exact number, but let me see. If it gives me a minute, I think I have the information. Just if it gives me a minute, because I don't think I have it here. I think I have it in my electronic portable device. Mr. Speaker, because of the period that my device holds information for, I don't have it, but I'm quite happy during the next recess to obtain the information of the estimated numbers of parking spaces. I think it's a very clear estimation, and that the honourable gentleman have it. And I would just add, Mr. Speaker, one additional point, of course, that I forgot to mention in the context of the explanation I gave him a moment ago, but which is also relevant, and that is, of course, that area is not just the area of the East Side project, San Centenary Terraces, Beachview Terraces, the new residential private facility across the road, and others that are going to be developed. That area is also the area of the entrance into Gibraltar. In other words, if you're coming through the tunnel and you want to park and get a bus, that is going to be the area where you would want to park and get the bus, because that's where the tunnel roundabout will be, and you will be able to go into that car park. So the park and ride concept also is relevant to this, and of course is very much in keeping with the Minister for Transport's strategy. So, Mr. Speaker, everything he said about this being contrary to our strategy is, in our view, entirely wrong. And given that it's our plan to build a parking and our traffic strategy, we think we're getting it pretty right.
Who's responsible for the development of the project? In the news published by GBC, which alerted me to this, it talks about the notice being submitted by a company called ANS Project Management Services Limited. Is that the entity developing it, or is it a different entity?
No, Mr. Speaker, those are our project managers.
So does he have the answer to the question?
Mr. Speaker, it's the government developing it.
And are any, all, some, I don't know, of the parking spaces are going to be up for sale? Is that the intention?
I don't think that's presently the intention, but of course, if there was interest, we would have to consider that possibility, but it's not the intention.
Honourable Roy Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister just kindly mentioned that it's a government project, this additional floor. But perhaps he could point where in the Improvement Development Fund I could find it, because I've gone through it in some detail, but I don't seem to find it in the estimates for 2022-2023.
Mr. Speaker, I already told the House that the entity that will fund it is yet to be confirmed, but it's a government project.
Mr. Speaker, it's usually been the convention in this House that capital projects are in the estimates book through the Improvement and Development Fund. So if it's not in the Improvement and Development Fund and it hasn't been voted on by Parliament, how does he intend to fund a capital project like this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that convention is not the one that I learnt when I was elected to this House, and the GSD were funding government projects through government companies. And in the time that we've been here, we've had a number of arguments about this issue, so I'm surprised the Honourable Gentleman should think that a government project can only be developed through the I&D fund. Indeed, we've developed a number of schools, and his complaint has been that they haven't been in the I&D. It doesn't mean that they're not government projects, even though they're funded through government companies. But we have that debate annually, and he shouldn't be surprised that we're going to continue to have it.
Final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who's the contractor? And there's a £2.8 million of fixed price?
Mr. Speaker, will the Honourable Gentleman allow me to respond to him after the recess, because I don't have the information here. I know the discussions we've had with various contractors, but I am unable to tell him the contractor that was selected off the top of my head.
And in relation to the fixing of the price, is he able to, does he have that information either in his head or available to him in the papers he has in front of him?
Yes, fixed price.
Next question.
Question number 99 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
When will the parkings at the Forbes X Ready Mix site at Devil's Tower Road, which the developer had committed to provide to the public, be made available?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with question 100.
Question number 100 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Have the parkings at the Forbes X Ready Mix site at Devil's Tower Road, which the developer committed to make available to the public, been or are they being sold, and if so, for how much?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a number of different options were considered for the small car parks under the Forbes development. It was felt that it would not be as economically viable to equip, prepare and maintain this car park for the purposes of rental and sale. Given that over 200 spaces have become available at Devil's Tower Road car park nearby, the decision was taken to sell the Forbes spaces back to the developer for a premium of £500,000.
The information which I've been able to gather as a result of the information which is made public via the DPC was that one of the condition was that the public spaces which were on the sites where the Forbes development is, and so the public are aware that it's the tower which is constructed more or less opposite St. Teresa's Church and Devil's Tower Road, that there would be 24. I heard a higher number, but according to the documentation, there were 24 public parking spaces which were going to be lost as a result of the construction. And then there was a commitment, which it was a condition of the planning process to the effect that which resulted in the commitment by a developer to make these parkings available. The Honourable Member is now saying that it has been sold at a premium. Is he able of, what was it, £500,000? £500,000. Is he able to confirm what the net sale price from the government to the developer of each parking space is?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as could he. I mean, it's £500,000 divided by 24 will give you to about 20,830. 20,833 does the end, the decimal, yeah. So £20,800.
I mean, when was this arrangement arrived at? Because it strikes me that that sale has been affected if one compares the sale price or the going price of sale of these parking spaces in the area. Somebody told us, I saw somebody on social media, I think I'd already filed the question, but I think very helpfully for the purpose of the point that I'm making, that there was a parking space going in the Lagoon area, if not in Lagoon Estate, for £40,000. I mean, those are the prices that parking spaces are going for. So on the basis of that calculation, on what rationale does whoever made the decision on his side of the house influence them to sell it at, in effect, half the price? So the government has lost out, the taxpayer has lost out by 50% because they've sold it at an undervalue. So can he comment in relation to that point that I've just made?
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Gentleman has lost leave of his senses. I mean, I think what he's saying is utterly nonsensical. The Honourable Gentleman thinks that because there was a sale of a car parking space in Laguna Estate for £40,000 inside the estate, that And indeed, as I am reminded by the Honourable Minister for Transport, that is not the sale price, that is the advertised price. I mean, sometimes people go bananas when they see that an affordable home has been advertised at £500,000. Bananas. I mean, Facebook erupts, it's on fire. You know. And then when you look at the completion notice, it's been sold at £350,000 rather than the £500,000 that was the asking price, although I go equally bananas when it's sold at £350,000. But at least we have the special stamp duty. Here, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman seems to forget that there was a premium paid for the property. A premium was paid. Part of the premium included the provision of the spaces. The spaces, when they're going to be handed to us, require us to maintain them and to enter into a covenant to maintain them with the individual who's going to run the property. Keep the area secure if we're going to rent them, etc., etc. In other words, add recurrent cost to the government. Instead, what we've managed to do is to add £500,000 to the capital account of the government. Right? The calculation the Honourable Gentleman is doing is the most nonsensical one can come up with. Because by his measure, whenever we sell a plot, we should take all of the profit that's going to come from it. In other words, when we sold a plot for anybody to put a block of flats on, in effect, that party will sell the flats at, say £500,000. And the plot was sold to them for £2 million, the total sale value would be £15 million of the block. The taxpayer has been denied £14 million. Yes, and the risk of building, the risk of marketing, all of the other risks that are involved. But he would believe that the only way to sell a plot of land and do fairness by the taxpayer is to take the full profit once the whole thing is going to be developed. And yet, when the taxpayer is going to have an interest in developments in Gibraltar, in order that the taxpayer do garner some of the benefit of development in Gibraltar, like, for example, Victoria Keys, what do we get? It is disgraceful that the taxpayer is going to be involved in development and make profit from the sale of property. For goodness sake, Mr. Speaker, you could not make this nonsense up. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the person who made the decision, who was the Deputy Chief Minister, as the chairman of the Land Management Committee with the whole of the Land Management Committee, made the right decision for Gibraltar. He made it looking at the recurrent cost that this would have been for Gibraltar. He made it at the right time. He made it in the right circumstances. He made it with a Devil's Tower car park in the area of the west of Devil's Tower Road, with the expansion of the Eastern Beach car park at the east of Devil's Tower Road, and understanding that this was exactly the right thing to do for the taxpayer, and without in that way incurring in any of the nonsense that the Honourable Gentleman has just suggested.
Mr. Speaker, the only nonsense which is being spouted in this House has just come from the Honourable Member. The central point, the basic point that I'm making still stands. Despite all the waffle, despite everything that we've heard, he's taken us round the houses, the basic point and the accusation still stands. This was a bad deal for the taxpayer. It is very clear. He is saying that parking spaces, that is the offer price, £40,000 for that parking space in Laguna. The reality is people are probably going to pay that money. That is the market price. If not 40,000, 30-odd thousand. The Honourable Gentleman here to my right tells me that there are parking spaces in Notre Dame School, I think, that have gone for £30,000. That is the going price in Gibraltar. And on this occasion, the government has decided to fob off 24 spaces, which ultimately and fundamentally should have been made available to the public in the first place. We shouldn't be having this discussion. The developer, once they built FOBs, should have made 24 parking spaces made available to the government, to the public. But the government decided to sell it to that particular developer at £20,000. Mr. Speaker, by way of question, may I ask the Honourable Gentleman what premium was paid for the land?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know what's happening here, and we all know what we're seeing, but we're going to stick to the issue so that we don't bore watchers or listeners, anything that the GSLP Liberal does, the GSLP Liberal government does, is a waffle, nonsensical, bad for the taxpayer. And everything that the GSD government did was magnificent and a golden legacy. But when you're talking about premiums, Mr. Speaker, does the Honourable Gentleman remember the other car park that we developed at Midtown? Because there, parking spaces are being offered at about £35,000 in the centre of town. Not in Devil's Tower Road. £35,000 in the centre of town, Mr. Speaker, in some instances. Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the offer price, but the sale prices that we're seeing, we see the sale prices, not the offer prices. We see the sale prices. And Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman seems to forget that we developed a car park under St. Anne's School and a car park under Notre Dame School. We offered for sale parking spaces there for £30,000. We couldn't sell any of them. They've all gone to rental. They've all gone to rental. But it's our building, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know where he gets the idea that you can sell for £40,000 when we couldn't sell for £30,000, Mr. Speaker. We had to take all of those people who wanted to buy and put them in a Bayside car park instead. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Gentleman really needs to think a little beyond the opportunity to make suggestions that the government has in some way provided less than the best value for the taxpayer. Because we know when we tried to sell those just along that we couldn't sell them in a much more populated area. Because Laguna with glasses opposite is much more populated than Devil's Tower Road. Very, very, very much so, Mr. Speaker. And Devil's Tower Road and the church, etc., have a car park already available for rental within very short walking distance, Mr. Speaker. So it makes no sense. I do not have the number of the premium for Forbes, but I'm reminded by the Honourable the Deputy Chief Minister that it went to the highest bidder, so it was the highest premium on the table, Mr. Speaker, to which we now add £500,000. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to premiums, I was reminding them about the car park here. Does he remember what the deal was when they handed over the naval grounds? They exchanged the naval grounds for the refurbishment of the King's Bastion Leisure Centre, capped out at £10 million. Well, how can I take lessons on what's good for the taxpayer and what's value for money for the taxpayer from the party that did that? When we were elected, we went back, we reduced the plot and built ourselves the car park and took more premium. Well, Mr. Speaker, look, I think we're doing an excellent job for the taxpayer, I have demonstrated before that we have got more premium per square metre for land in Gibraltar, even adjusted for inflation, than any amount they ever got per square metre for land in Gibraltar. We're doing an excellent job, and we're going to continue doing so.
Next question.
Question number 101 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bolsino.
Please state whether employees of Wonderworks Media Limited or any other private company work or have worked in, from, at the Ministry for Tourism, and if so, how many, the duration of their employment contracts and the duties they are or were performing.
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with 102.
Question number 102 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bolsino.
Please state whether employees of Wonderworks Media Limited or any other private entity work or have worked in, from, at any government department other than the Ministry for Tourism, government agencies, authorities or companies, and if so, how many, the duration of the employment contracts and the duties they are or were performing, including details of the entity under which they have been or are employed.
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no employees of Wonderworks Media or any other private entity work or have worked in, from, or at the Ministry of Tourism. In respect of question 102, the information requested is in the schedule. I now hand over for the month of December 2022. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Gibraltar Health Authority has been unable to provide their responses in time for this Parliament. The information can be made available in slower order should the Honourable Member wish to receive it.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I have a look at the schedule which he's passed over in relation to the answer to 101, in respect of 102, in respect of 101, I must say I'm very surprised by the answer. The information which I have, and there's absolutely no reason in my mind to doubt the source of the information that I've received and from various sources, is that in fact there are 2 employees who work from the Ministry of Tourism. And let me remind the Honourable Member, I mean, I hope he's prepared sufficiently for the supplementaries, but it talks about a historical position. And it talks about whether they're working in, from, or at the Ministry for Tourism. And I'll make the point. He's got the Honourable the Minister for Tourism to his right. I'm told that there are 2 individuals who follow the Minister for Tourism, photographing him and videoing him and producing that sort of type of visual stuff for him. And that those 2 who work at, from, in the Ministry for Tourism are employees of Wonderworks Media Limited. Can you please provide a specific answer to that? Because he has said 0 in his written reply.
Mr. Speaker, as ever, the Honourable Gentleman is as wrong as he is vehement. I will repeat the answer, Mr. Speaker. No employees of Wonderworks Media or any other private entity work or have worked in, from, or at the Ministry of Tourism. None, Mr. Speaker. 0. Zilch. He's wrong, Mr. Speaker. Completely wrong. The information he has is wrong. It was wrong when he had it. It was wrong when he referred to it here. He has got it completely wrong. If he wants to refer to the 2 individuals that he is referring to, he can. They're not employed by Wonderworks Media. So he's wrong, Mr. Speaker. I hope he's come sufficiently prepared to ask another supplementary based on that answer, which is correct, as the Honourable Minister for Tourism will indicate, and as I can indicate to him, given my responsibilities for the public sector as Chief Minister of Gibraltar, and the information I've been given by the Human Resources Department that manage all of these contracts, and indeed the Employment Service that would manage the contract of a third party. So, wrong, Mr. Speaker. Vehement, passionate, but wrong.
Speaker, I'm quite relaxed. It's information that I've been provided, and I am duty-bound in exercising my public service to this community to ask these questions. Because had it been right, it would have been very serious. But can he then tell me who those 2 individuals are employed by? Are they employees? Are they government employees? Are they employed by a different company? Because I dare say, with the Honourable Gentleman and the entire government pretty much, we cannot take anything they say at face value. There is always going to be a bit of fancy footwork in order not to answer the questions. And this is why I still do not harbour doubts as to the information that I've been provided. But I will ask him that specific question. Who are those 2 individuals who follow the Honourable Minister for Tourism and videoing him and photographing him around are employed by?
Mr. Speaker, of course he's duty-bound to ask the question. I never complained that he asked the question. I'm just saying that however passionate or vehement he may be, he was wrong, and the person who gave him the information was wrong. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, given that everything they do is in good faith, he got the information in good faith, and he brought it here in good faith. And I don't challenge that, Mr. Speaker. Of course not. But I just remind him that however much passion he might put into things, if the information is wrong, it's wrong, Mr. Speaker. In terms of fancy footwork, Mr. Speaker, I'm not inclined to take that in any way other than positively, because, Mr. Speaker, of course, what he is saying to us is that we are right and that they sometimes find it difficult to work out how right we are. Because I have told him that these are not employees of Wonderworks Media, and I have told him, Mr. Speaker, that they're not employees of a private company. They're not. They're employees of a government company. So they're in the public sector. They're employees of ETCL, Employment Training Company Limited, Mr. Speaker. And they are on an apprenticeship scheme, and they have been for some time. So, Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that he got that information, given that these two are government, public sector employees through a government company. But footwork or otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I hope that satisfies his curiosity.
Speaker, with the greatest of respect to him, I take everything he says, and I don't want to personalize it. Almost everything that the government says with a pinch of salt. With a pinch of salt. And, you know, I've been on this side of the House for
I don't think that's quite right, and that it's been disrespectful. I'd rather you withdrew that expression.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw it on your advice. Let me just put it in these terms, that everything that they say, I am put on inquiry. And I need to check it. So I still stand by what I said earlier in respect of my I think it was my first or second supplementary. But is he telling me that those individuals have never worked for WonderWorks Media Limited, and that there hasn't, at some point, as a result of the questions that we've been asking from this side of the House, been a bit of fancy footwork and had them transferred to ETCL, which he has rightly described as a government-owned company? And, Mr. Speaker, if I may, there's a long schedule which has been provided in respect of the answer to 102, and I'd like a bit of time, and I may come back to that. But I will ask a question in relation to 102 now, which may obviate, Mr. Speaker, to say it arises from the same point that I'm making, and I think it would assist him, but I'm happy not to ask it.
Just so that I can answer one thing at a time, otherwise I might have the 161 problem I had before. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, even to say that the Honourable Gentleman puts on inquiry the information that we have is, if I may say so with respect to him, Mr. Speaker, unedifying. I'm not going to say it's unparliamentary because that's a matter for you, Mr. Speaker, but it's unedifying for this reason. The information I am giving him is provided to me by the brilliant people who prepare the government for answering these questions, by the Parliament team at number 6 Commonplace, right? They go to the departments to obtain the information, and then they check it against the records at employment and human resources to ensure that insofar as possible we do everything we can to ensure the information we give the House is accurate. He has known me, Mr. Speaker, for longer than he and I care to remember. Right? I have given him direct information. I've told him who they're employed by. He knows I'm not going to give information that could enable him to embarrass me by showing that the information I've given him is wrong, in the way I've been able to embarrass him by showing the information that he brought to the House and based his question on is wrong. Well, he should be embarrassed, Mr. Speaker. He should be embarrassed because he should have checked with his alleged source of information. And, Mr. Speaker, the information that I have, therefore, is information provided to the government, through the government, in good faith, to come to the House, to put on the record of Hansard. And therefore, there's not going to be any chance that anybody should legitimately be able to be put on inquiry by information that we provide in that respect. And his suggestions about me are water off a duck's back and irrelevant. But his suggestions about the people who work for me and who work for the taxpayer are really unearned, because they do their best to ensure that every piece of information that I give to this House is accurate. Mr. Speaker, the information I have is that in all of the time that these individuals that we're referring to across the floor of the House have been working in the Ministry of Tourism, they have been employed by ETCL on this apprenticeship, and that therefore it is completely wrong for anybody to have given him the information that they worked ever for WonderWorks Media. Now, I don't know whether before they worked in the government they might have served chips and served doner kebabs for WonderWorks Media if they have a takeaway somewhere. I don't know. But certainly they have never worked in the Ministry of Employment, in the Ministry of Tourism, for the Honourable Gentleman, as he has been suggested for WonderWorks Media. There hasn't been any attempt to change records as a result of that questioning. My goodness, he does ascribe to himself an incredible importance that a question from him across the floor of the House might suggest that we then go and change records, that we might create a erroneous and fraudulent paper trail on public documents to address a question that he put in this House in a way that would expose us to potential criminality and sanction. That's the sort of allegation that he's making. He doesn't think through the things that he's saying. That's the problem. The allegations that are loaded within the things that he says, he doesn't think about. That we or public servants have changed the public record. No, it hasn't happened, Mr. Speaker. These two ladies that he refers to, who do an excellent job, they do it for ETCL, seconded to the Ministry of Tourism on an apprenticeship from the day that they walked into the Ministry of Tourism. And the honourable member might want to reflect on the fact that he has cast huge aspersions, not on me, because we've known each other for long enough, we call each other every name, and our friendship is unaffected, but on the public servants beyond me. Knowing him, Mr. Speaker, knowing him as I do, I don't think he intended to do that, and he will want to extend an apology to the public servants that work with the government in providing information to this House.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, the first point I'd like to make is that he says that the Honourable the Minister for Housing, in a helpful way, I suppose, is asking me from a sedentary position where the question is. I've just started to speak. A question will come. He can relax. Is that he suggested that when he says alleged source of information, I would ask him to withdraw that on the basis that it is true what I'm saying. It is true what I'm saying. I do have a source and information has been imparted to me. So he's questioning the veracity of what I've said, and I would ask him, please, to withdraw that. But if I may ask the question, Mr. Speaker, and this arises, this is the question I was going to ask in relation to 102, with a caveat that I'd like to consider the schedule with a bit more time, is it the case that there have been transfers to these government companies? He's mentioned one, but I see that there are others. We have GBIC, which is a joint venture with the Chinese entity, and others, which of people who had one point worked with Wonderworks Media Limited, because in his answer, and this is why it needs to be unpicked, he talks about that at the time of, and quite properly, because the question arose from 101, which related specifically to the Ministry of Tourism. But is it possible that these individuals worked in other government departments before they were transferred to ETCL, with Wonderworks Media Limited? And I widen the question now because I'm able to, as a result of the way that 102 was posed, to other employees.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will start with the request that I withdraw something. I should withdraw that his alleged source of information provided him information. I mean, I don't know what it is that the Honourable Gentleman wants me to withdraw. I mean, and it's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, coming from somebody who has said that everything that I say, by the way, Mr. Speaker, it is 1639 by my watch, 1639, I hope he'll take that for granted, but everything that I say, he is put on inquiry about. He might want to check his phone that he's looking at. 1639. I hope that on that, his inquiry leads him to the same conclusion, that I'm telling the truth. Because the idea that everything that I say, even when I'm telling the time, is something that puts him on inquiry, is something which, if I wasn't so long in the tooth and if I didn't have such a thick skin, I would say I would like to see withdrawn, because it is an allegation that the things that I say are not reliable. Now, Mr. Speaker, forget the fact that I'm talking to him, that I've known him for 42 years, for 38 years, and that I have a sufficient personal regard for him that I would not mislead him. Even if we were outside here, I would not say something to Damon Bossino, who I have known since we entered comprehensive school together, which was untrue. I would not, because of the regard I have for him. But the idea that I have come to this house where we have an obligation not to mislead, where we have an obligation to ensure that what we say on Hansard reflects the truth, and that everything I say puts them on inquiry, I can only mean as to the truth of what I say. Well, Mr. Speaker, if he doesn't withdraw that, I'm certainly not going to withdraw what I am alleged to have said about the person who is alleged to have told him something, right? The fact that he has been told something, I fully accept that he has been told something. We're going to the thing that he has been told. And the thing that he has been told is untrue. That is the reality. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of whether any of the people on this schedule that I have passed to him have been employed by Wonderworks Media, well, Mr. Speaker, look, the Honourable Gentleman might care to look at the schedule. The schedule has a date of employment commencing set out in one of the columns. From my memory, all of those dates of employment predate the controversy, as he has described it, in this House about Wonderworks Media. So I would have thought that a careful analysis of the schedule might have led him to the answer and not required that he put the question in the way that he has, which is designed to suggest that there is some, what he has described, fancy footwork, changing of things as a result of their questioning. Mr. Speaker, as far as I can see, there has not. I have no information to suggest that any of these people have ever been employed by Wonderworks Media, and I hope that his inquiries lead him to the conclusion that this House has never been misled by me or any member of this government.
Next question.
Mr. Speaker, before we move on, I have some information that the Honourable Gentleman asked me before in relation to the other questions. I have the premium for the Forbes site. It was £1.8 million. And in respect of the Eastern Beach car park, the contractor is GJBS. I thought we had settled on GJBS, but I did not want to give the information to the House because I didn't want to act from memory in case I misled the House. And the total number of new parking spaces is 144, which brings a total of 579 parking spaces to the car park. 579. 1.8 million at that premium.
Right, we move on to the next question.
Question number 103 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Is there sufficient parking for all Hassan Centenary Terrace's residents? And I think the honourable member made a reference to this in response, and he thinks that positive news will be coming my way now.
Answer the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker? Yes, sir.
And I mean, he's kind of already answered this question, but in relation to, just by way of further supplementary, the affirmative response, just so I make myself clear, that is, in other words, that's parking spaces, presumably there's one per flat within the entire development, which is split into two phases, phase 1 and phase 2, and he's given completion dates in respect of each. Is that understanding correct? Because he said that the extra floor being built at Eastern Beach is going to be providing extra parking and doing other things, but is going to be providing extra parking spaces for residents at Hassan Centenary Terraces. So is that understanding correct?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the understanding is correct insofar as he is referring to one parking per affordable home. The Hassan Centenary Terraces Phase 1 and 2 are designed so that there is one parking available per affordable home. It's the sort of criteria that the DPC imposes on private developers anyway. The use of the Eastern Beach car park extension in part by Hassan Centenary Terraces residents for their second cars is also for Eastern Beach, Beachview Terraces second cars, for the private development second cars, for areas in relation to the East Side project when completed, which will require more parking, and also the users of Eastern Beach. I gave him a much more logic in relation to the Eastern Beach car park, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that gives him the information. I mean, in the amount of cost, which was 2.8 million that I gave him a moment ago for the car park, by the way, the 144 spaces comes to about 19,400 per space, which means that we did quite a good deal on the Forbes one.
Is he not being overly ambitious that the 144, I think he said, extra car parking spaces are going to be providing parking spaces for so many? I mean, he's mentioned many developments, plus other private developments. That strikes me as a very tall order as far as those 104 extra car parking spaces is concerned, but he's sniggering, so I'm sure he will have an answer.
I'm sniggering, Mr. Speaker, at the morass of contradictions that I face from him, and I'm sniggering with affection because he started by telling me that the car park is empty. And so it's not the 144 that we have to calculate on, it's the 579, which will be the total number of parking spaces available in the car park, given that it is empty. But this is now going to be the entrance to Gibraltar when the tunnel finally opens. We are going to have a very large estate. The East Side project is going to be there. You are about to see completions in the private property, which has just been completed across the road, and Beachview Terraces is there also. So it's not the 144 that's going to do the job, it's the 579.
Next question.
Question number 104 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Have the human resources issues which have been the cause of recent flight diversions at Gibraltar Airport been resolved?
Answer the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with 105.
Question number 105 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
What contingency measures have been put in place in order to prevent flight diversions which have arisen as a result of a faulty telephone line in Spain and fuel bowser technical issues at Gibraltar Airport?
Answer the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the question is related to the historic HR issues that NATS Gibraltar has, the information I have is that these are still not entirely resolved. This is highly unsatisfactory, and I have personally made this point to the Commander of British Forces and shall raise the matter with the Defence Secretary if a satisfactory resolution is not forthcoming. However, flight operations have not been affected due to HR issues since the 24th of November 2022. On diversions, it must be noted that the main reason for flights diverting at Gibraltar Airport is for safety reasons, which by and large relate to weather or technical circumstances. The aviation industry is one of the most regulated and safe modes of transport, and this is only achieved because the strict safety protocols in place are adhered to. Diversions and disruptions are very inconvenient to passengers, and Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar would like to avoid these completely, but the reality is that they occur every day in many parts of the world and will never disappear completely due to the complex nature of the operations and the aviation industry itself. For this reason, Gibraltar Airport has robust diversionary procedures in place, which are well planned and executed, and although they add more travelling time, they still achieve a continuity of service for passengers and deliver that key aspect of air transport, which is safety. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. The diversions caused because of communications issues at ATC were resolved by the MOD, and any measures put in place are their responsibility and not the government's. Gibraltar Airport is a strategic UK airfield and an important military base, and it is not for Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar to report on what these plans are. Having said that, we did offer our support in trying to resolve their issues, and we were kept fully informed of the problems they were facing at all times, and have been assured that they will continue working to add resilience to what is already in place. In this instance, I understand that all three resilience options were down at the same time. The resilience needs to be checked, in our view, Mr. Speaker, more often so that plans B and C are available when required when plan A is not available. Additionally, there were no diversions affected because of the fuel bowser technical issues. The technical issues encountered on the morning of the 1st of January 2023 were also related to safety, and these were resolved on site. Again, on this, even the resilience failed. This is unacceptable and must be addressed urgently. We have assurances from the contractor that they are addressing these issues. The first aircraft due that morning operated normally, although the next two were delayed outbound whilst this was resolved.
I mean, all these things is almost like a perfect storm in the sense that, I mean, you almost couldn't make it up. And because they happened really in such a short period of time. And as far as the fuel bowser and the Seville telephone line issues are concerned, they all happened, I think, within the same week during Christmas, which is, to boot, a very busy period. Now, there's a lot of information which the honourable gentleman has imparted in his response, and I hope not to miss any replies which are, I think, worthy of a supplementary question to elicit further information. Now, and because this is such an important asset as far as our economy is concerned, because it is a means by which we communicate and travel, and that is hugely important, and I'm sure that when I say that, I have the complete and utter agreement of the honourable gentleman opposite, that we need to make sure that we do everything absolutely possible to prevent these issues. And I fully understand and acknowledge the remark that he's made it in the past, and it's a fact, and it's obvious that this is an MOD airport at the end of the day. But we have an interest in it, and our economy has a huge interest in it. Just by way of, I hope as brief as possible, a preamble that I've been able to muster on this occasion. But in relation to the human resources issue, I think he said that the last occasion when that issue caused a flight disruption was in November, I think he said. Right, he gave us precise date, the 24th of November. Can he give us a firmer response as to whether these issues have been finally resolved? As I understand it, they are caused as a result of fewer personnel available than there used to be, and that when again we have a bit of a perfect storm situation where there are more than X number of individuals who are off sick, and therefore it results in the tower not being available for operation, which, I mean, the mind boggles just saying that. Can he give us some further information in relation to that? And then I'll ask him some supplementaries in respect of the other question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, this obviously became a perfect storm, because if the airfield is unable to operate for civilian traffic, then although in the mind of the MOD, the principal purpose of the airfield is to be an RAF airfield, as far as I'm concerned, the only reason I'm prepared to put up with the risk of having it is because it provides civilian services. And to boot, Mr. Speaker, we pay an amount per month which goes towards the resurfacing of the runway and therefore the maintenance of the whole thing. And it is, as I've said already in my first answer, entirely unacceptable that the MOD should not get its act together with its contractors to be able to provide a service that does not fall down. It is just unacceptable. And as I've said before, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable gentleman will have heard me say outside of this place and inside this place, we have reduced the amount that we pay to the MOD by the number of hours of operation that they have not been able to give us the running of the airfield as we expect to be able to have it for civilian operations, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the MOD itself is reducing the amount that they pay to their contractors when their contractors are falling down. Unfortunately, perfect storms happen. I mean, honourable members will have seen what happened in the United States last week. Every aircraft in the air in the United States, thousands of aircraft, had to land because the air traffic computer equivalent in the United States failed. Remarkable, with aircraft in the air. And they were down for almost a day. This morning, Mr. Speaker, Manchester Airport in the north of England had to close both its runways due to snow. Well, Mr. Speaker, frankly, if you're in the north of England, I'm surprised you have to do that, because I was in Finland in November, and they didn't have to close their airfields because of snow, which was bountiful and falling. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, and have seen on our screens, the issues affecting Heathrow Airport, the largest airport in Europe, and in Schiphol Airport and in Gatwick Airport. Now, Mr. Speaker, we may all be told that these things happen because of a perfect storm. I find it entirely unacceptable and a failure of process that if you have 3 systems in order to be able to communicate safely with civil air traffic control in a way that provides a log so that you are able to have, for air safety purposes, a proper recording of your conversations, that the 3 go down on the same day. In other words, your usual system doesn't work. You go to your resilience option 1 and it doesn't work. And you go to your resilience option 2 and it doesn't work. Well, my question is, when did you last check your resilience option 1? And when did you last check your resilience option 2? Because if you didn't check them, because you haven't had to use them for 15 years, well, of course they're not going to work. They're going to atrophy. And you need to be checking them. And you need to ensure every morning that your 3 resilience options are operating. And if one of them is down, you repair it on that day so that in the following day something goes down, it's provided for. It's just unacceptable. And if we were running the airport, Mr. Speaker, we would be crucified, rightly. And so, Mr. Speaker, the message has to go out that this is not acceptable to the MOD and to the MOD's contractor because of the importance of the airfield for Gibraltar. And indeed, for the civilian importance of the airport, also for people who work in the MOD, who, when they're not working and flying on a services flight, most of them don't, also rely on the airport to be able to go back home and see their relatives, etc., etc. It's just unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. In terms of a firmer response on the personnel issue, Mr. Speaker, well, look, on the personnel issue, I don't understand how they haven't been able to resolve this yet. It is just remarkable. They need to train new people. They need to have people here who are able to operate the airfield. Why didn't they do it already? How has this crept up on us? This is a key piece of national infrastructure, even though we don't run it. We make sure that nobody is able to leave a bolt on the runway. We make sure that this piece of critical national infrastructure is available in an emergency. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we don't see coming that we're going to have this difficulty with personnel. As I have said before in this House, if Trevor Hammond had been running it, it wouldn't have happened. He would have seen it coming, Mr. Speaker. So I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, what on earth it is that NATS doesn't understand about how important this asset is to Gibraltar, and because it's important to Gibraltar, its economy and its resilience economically, how important it is to the UK, of which the MOD is a part. And so, in my view, Mr. Speaker, they better wake up and smell the coffee and get the operation of the airport right so that it can be properly relied on by the airlines who fly to it, by the people who depend on it, and by the businesses who depend on it, Mr. Speaker. Because otherwise, one is left with the view that it's just not fair that they should continue to control such an important asset and that the people of Gibraltar do a better job of running it.
So, I hear the honourable member. I hear the passion with which he is expressing himself. He is certainly as irate as I think we all are, as a result of the problems. He's one of the he's a user of airlines because he travels a lot as a result of the work that he carries out. But how is that? Dare I say, irate reaction and anger and passion reflected on the ground from everything that he has expressed now, putting to one side the manner in which he has expressed it, in terms of the substantive things that we as a government can do, other than I think at the end of his comments he was almost suggesting, I would invite him to say something about that in his reply, that we would run it? Presumably we wouldn't be able to afford it. I remember in the days when Sir Joe Borsano used to say, when he was Chief Minister, that if the MOD ever passed the running of the airport to Gibraltar government, he'd have to close it the next day because it was simply impossible for us to pay for it. So we are, in that sense, lumbered with the situation we're in. But I would invite him to comment in relation to that point. But is there, other than, just to carry on with the point I made earlier, the reduction of the amount that we pay, what else is there that we can do? He talks about in the press release attributed to a spokesman of Number 6 during Christmas was, we will continue working with. He now says the Gibraltar government is going to be supporting the MOD. And he pulls his hair out by saying, how is it possible that those 3 resilience measures, and I would ask him also if he can specifically say what those are, A, B, and C. He may not be able to, but I'll ask him to do so. How is it possible that that should have arisen? is it things like that that the Gibraltar government can assist with? So in other words, I suppose it's a bit of a mix what he has said. It is a bit of a carrot in the sense that we are here to support.
Please,
Asking questions as I go along.
right, you can only...
Let me then distill it at the Speaker's request to that. What is it that Gibraltar government can do substantively by way of putting pressure in a stick way? He talks about reducing the amount that we pay. I mean, is there the possibility of seeking compensation for any losses that we may suffer? And secondly, or indeed increasing the reduction? And secondly, what is it that we can substantively do as a government to support the MOD so that these incidents do not reoccur?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that he's saying, what am I doing? Well, answering as I have in this House is one of the things that I'm doing. Communicating the same level of conviction that this is unacceptable to the Commander of British Forces. I don't know whether he heard the answer I gave him. Raising the issue, if necessary, with the Defense Secretary. In other words, the top of the Ministry of Defense. I don't discard, if things were not to improve quickly, raising the matter with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, because this can affect the economic resilience of Gibraltar, right? All of the way that we have to go, we will go. And I have expressed the views I have expressed in this House directly in a way that does not require me to keep to the established level of polite language that this House requires me to keep, in the way that I have expressed it more privately to those who have responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, what else can we do? Well, of course we can redact further the amount that we pay under the Custom and User Agreement. We're doing it in quite a scientific way at the moment. I don't think that we can take over the running of MOD RAF Gibraltar, which is the sort of thing that Sir Joe Bossano used to say would not do. But we can take over, for example, the running of air traffic control and train local controllers. And then we sell that service to the Ministry of Defense. Because somebody is selling that service to the Ministry of Defense today. NATS is a UK company. It sells its service to the Ministry of Defense in all of its airports around the world, including Gibraltar. It's falling down in Gibraltar. Well, look, we can employ those air traffic controllers in Gibraltar. We can train them for Gibraltar, and we can sell our service to the Ministry of Defense in respect of that, because they don't do it themselves now. So there are options. But in terms of compensation, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman should know this is pure economic loss.
Final question. If you were to reduce the length of your preamble, then perhaps you can get, honestly, I mean, just go ahead and ask the questions.
Mr. Speaker, yes, but in fairness, I think it's fair common to say that the answers are long, and I don't criticize that. The answers are long, there's a lot of information, but the answers are also long, not just on this occasion as a result of this exchange, but as a result of many of the questions that we pose. The answers from the ministers tend to be long. Now, and I haven't been keeping a tally of the number of supplementaries that I've asked in respect of this exchange, but I don't think there have been that many. But, Mr. Speaker, when he talks about, he questions the three resilience options, all of which failed, ABC failed, and they are, I think he said that they are working to add resilience. Is the work towards that, has that resulted in a permanent solution so that, as best as possible, we have some form of guarantee that something like this will not happen again in the future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the resilience options had been working, then what happened would not have happened. Because what failed was one, and therefore if the other two had been working, or one of the other two had been working, there would have been a seamless period of transition to repair one, and the other one would have continued. So what I am assured is that all three are being brought back up, and all three will be checked more regularly, so that therefore there should not be a recurrence of it. But you can never say never. And look, there's an earthquake, and it doesn't affect us, but it affects the other side of Los Barrios, and the lease line goes between Gibraltar and Seville. Then there's going to be nothing you can do. You know, I mean, you can't have a radar link between Gibraltar and Seville. So these things, subject to what could reasonably be provided for, I am assured is being provided for. And there is no government of Gibraltar element in here, and there's nothing that we can do in terms of that link. Just so that we understand what we're talking about, we're talking about the black box recorder of air traffic control. And that's why they have to be able to record everything in a way that is particularly time-stamped, etc.
You may ask another question, but just a single question, not group them together. And all right, so let's have another question, but straight to the point, concise and straight to the point. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I have one question. It's short, but before I do that, because I see, the explanation the Honourable Chief Minister said, and I see the value of him making those comments publicly, as he has done, about how unacceptable it is that the airport infrastructure should be affected by those issues, and so that the message goes out loud and clear to the MOD that it is this House speaks on a united basis on this issue. Can I also add that the opposition considers it wholly unacceptable that, barring acts of God, of course, things that can be planned better, things that are employee related, things that are related to the infrastructure or are about forward planning of the airport should be done in a better way. So we are with the Chief Minister in relation to those remarks, and the House speaks united on that basis. Can I ask him, is there a joint forum between the government and the MOD in relation to these types of issues, or given that there have been, if there isn't one, does the government agree that one should be set up going forward?
There is a forum, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's remarks. It's very helpful.
The Honourable Gentleman.
Just one final question. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance in relation to this. But the fuel Bowser incident was that not under our control? I'm not so sure. I'm not cited on the detail, but that wasn't like an MOD thing. I think that was something. So and I acknowledge, and it was reported in the press to that effect, that was not that did not result in a flight delay. But something like that surely, again, is unacceptable and shouldn't be happening. It's just because it happened at the same time. But it's in terms of the future, is anything? Can he give any comfort to this House that that issue will not happen again within the possible?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, that issue is not an MOD issue. That is a Government of Gibraltar issue. It's the Gibraltar Air Terminal that grants that tender. It wasn't granted in our time. It was granted by them. I don't think that there are many parties who can do it. I myself became involved, and the Minister became involved that day. We were receiving the reports from people who were sitting on the plane and given what they were being told. In fact, I must say that there the resilience failed, but the contractor brought the resilience back immediately. It's the 1st of January, but they brought people in and they very, very quickly dealt with the issue. And as a result of the resilience failing, they are going to provide further and additional resilience to ensure that it doesn't happen again. I can tell the Honourable Gentleman, I have been sat in an aircraft in Barcelona and the Bowser failed. And there they have an alternative, which is that they take fuel directly from the runway. The runway has the fuel lines underneath. There was a electrical storm. They couldn't use the fuel from under the runway because it relies on metal connections, and my flight was cancelled some years ago. So, fuel issues arise. I've had fuel issues at Heathrow, perhaps because I'm a frequent flyer. I experience these issues often. I've had fuel issues at JFK as well. So, these are issues which, in fact, arise only ex abundante cautela. In other words, there are issues, but you could refuel the aircraft, but you haven't got all the safety mechanisms, so you don't do it because there are passengers on board whilst you're refueling, etc., and that needs to be fixed. And the contractor has assured us that they'll be providing additional resilience, and I thank them because on the 1st of January, getting people out to very quickly turn that around and be able to continue flight operations after only a short delay, I think, is a remarkable demonstration of their commitment to Gibraltar Airport. Would that they all acted like our fuel contractor did. We wouldn't have these problems at the airport.
Next question.
Question number 106 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how many applications for red ID cards have been filed and granted in 2022?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a total of 6,131 applications for red ID cards have been filed and granted in 2022.
Question number 107 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when do the government intend to wholly or partly decommission the use of Winston Churchill Avenue, and will this be pedestrianised?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
So I will answer with 108.
Question number 108 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Will the SEPSA petrol station be relocated or shut down as a result of the proposed new Victoria Stadium project, and if relocated, by whom, at what cost, and to where?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is no intention to decommission Winston Churchill Avenue. The section to the north of the runway will remain in use as at present, although there will be some changes introduced to cater for the discontinuation of the vehicular crossing of the runway once the tunnel is opened. The section to the south of the runway will also remain in use, although some changes are expected in the area arising from proposed new developments. The continued crossing of the runway by pedestrians and bicycles once the tunnel is opened will mean that some modifications will be made to Winston Churchill Avenue either side of the runway, such as the incorporation of cycle lanes. As the Honourable Gentleman should already know, the SEPSA service station will be relocated due to the opening of the runway tunnel. Work on the new facility has already commenced. There is a lease in place between the Crown and SEPSA dating back to 1994, which states that in the event of the main traffic flow into and out of Gibraltar being diverted away from Winston Churchill Avenue, Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar will provide an alternative plot so that a new station can be built, which will then become the first. This is what SEPSA had confirmed by the GSD in 2010-11 when the works on the tunnel commenced more than a decade ago, believe it or not. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the new Victoria Stadium project will not cause the relocation or closing down of the SEPSA station. The GSD tunnel project will. There is no direct relocation cost to the taxpayer other than the provision of the new plot of land.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask on the decommissioning of the Winston Churchill? He's said there is no intention to decommission. The reason for the question was that I picked up a reference to the decommissioning of Winston Churchill Avenue in the design statement on the Victoria Stadium. There's actually a comment on it. It actually says it as a sort of statement of fact. It says, after completion of the tunnel and new access into Gibraltar, it is currently anticipated that Winston Churchill Avenue will be decommissioned. And I thought that was odd, so I wanted to ask about it and give the government an opportunity to confirm how, because I could not envisage how that was going to be decommissioned, given the importance and length of Winston Churchill Avenue. But not only that, can I just say, in relation to it, that it doesn't come up in the most recent design access statement only. It comes up in a previous one that was also filed about 2 or 3 years ago, which actually refers, I believe, to discussions with the government. So, can I ask whether it was ever considered by the government as a decommissioning?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, that design statement, the current one and the previous one, are not government documents, and that language of decommissioning is not the government's language. I don't know whether a person who is preparing those things for the GFA considers that that is the right way to summarize what I have explained to him. But for example, I can tell him that there needs to be a crash gate on either side of Winston Churchill Avenue to be able to have vehicular access to the runway continue. In the event of there being an accident, the crash gate would be a necessary part of how you access the runway through there. There are other crash gates at different parts of the runway where you can access the apron as well. But for example, we're not looking to build a wall onto the runway on either side. There will be crash gates, and so therefore, for crash gates to be meaningful, the road still has to be there. The way that the road will be used will, of course, be different, because it will be used by pedestrians, it will be used by cyclists, it will not just be used by vehicles, but that's not decommissioning as we understand it. The 4 lanes might become 2 because of the cycle lane, etc., but there's no decommissioning to speak of, and decommissioning is not the government's word or language to explain what I have set out to the Honourable Gentleman. Whether a third party who hears us might want to describe that as a decommissioning of part of Winston Churchill Avenue, well, that's a matter for them, but that's not how we would use the word decommissioning.
Next question. The Honourable Roy Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have one quick question. In relation to 108, in the event that when the SEPSA station is relocated to the new site, given the opening of the tunnel, is it would I be correct in my understanding that the current site of the SEPSA petrol station would then revert to the government, and is it the government's intention to open up that site to expression of interest?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that site is already agreed to form part of the GFA's plot from the time that we transferred the plot to the GFA some years ago.
Next question.
Question number 109 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Does the government consider that returning graduates should join the civil service, and if so, how will it provide entry opportunities for that to happen?
Answer the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government considers that returning graduates should take the most attractive jobs available that best suit their skills and qualifications. If these include the civil service, they should be very welcome.
Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't see, from that generic answer, the government doesn't see any kind of special importance in ensuring that, given that the government obviously invests quite a lot in education and sending children to university, as all successive governments have, or at least since the scholarship program was first established and then enhanced, does the government not see the value of a long-term plan facilitating the entry of graduates into the civil service, which will then also, together with any other new entrants into the civil service, provide for a long-term succession plan for that strengthens the civil service?
Mr. Speaker, yes, sir.
And given that, does the government not consider there should be a specific plan to facilitate that entry?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that assumes a specific plan is necessary. I can tell the honourable gentleman from memory that when we last recruited AAs, I think we recruited 44, and I think 44 had degrees. They've been away to university, been through the programme that the honourable gentleman refers to, and then entered the civil service. And that in the recruitment before that, I think I'm not, honourable members can be put on inquiry about this because I'm not sure, but I think 95 to 90% were also graduates. And in the recruitment before that, 95 to 100% were also graduates. And in the recruitment before that, ditto, and so on and so forth. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that the effect of the scholarship program has meant that when we get applications for the civil service, the best qualified have, of course, the 5 GCSEs, but most of them have also a degree, and many of them a master's degree to boot. So for the past, look, I'm going to even suggest 20 years, most of the people who have been recruited into the civil service, and the question is about the civil service, have a degree. And if not 95 to 100%, because I've now gone to 20 years, 75 to 80% have degrees. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that what the honourable gentleman is saying is being achieved, because a lot of people who are coming through the ranks now are people who have degrees. Having said that, and some of the best people that I work with day to day don't have degrees, because they come from another generation when they weren't available. And they are exemplary, and they're leading the civil service today and giving an example to those who are joining the civil service, some of whom have degrees. Right? But I would have thought that it is near on 100% hit rate that the new entrants have degrees through the scholarship program already.
Speaker, I'm glad to hear it. I mean, having gone to university when there was a point system in place, I do certainly remember that, because of the constraint that the point system used to apply, sometimes a lot of people would either, those closed frontier Gibraltar, I'm showing my age, but a lot of people would either then get into the private sector, maybe into banks, but a lot of very clever people would join the civil service. And what concerned me, hence the question, is, and has concerned me for some time, is that where now that there isn't the point system, people are encouraged to obtain degrees, but then somehow there is a lost generation that doesn't have the opportunity to join the civil service. Can I ask him whether the comments that he made in respect of the number of people that have degrees in the civil service, is that anecdotal, or is it based on some kind of statistical basis? And if it's anecdotal and based on his experience, would it be helpful, would it be useful to actually understand more precisely the kind of makeup of the current civil service in 2023?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't realise he was quite that old. I didn't think he'd gone away to university when the frontier was closed. He went away to university when the frontier was open. It had opened a year. Exactly. It had opened, so I wasn't wrong. When he went to university, the frontier had opened, because the frontier opened for pedestrians in 1982, and he didn't go away to study in 82, and it opened for vehicles. The point system, yes, but no, you said the closed frontier Gibraltar, from which I went to university. No, exactly. That's what I thought, Mr. Speaker. When you were at school, right? Okay. So I went to university when the point system was no longer there. Happily, I would have been able to go even if the point system had been there. But a lot of people who joined the civil service before the point system was done away with would very easily have been able to go to university without the point system. And so the civil service was the beneficiary of people who were going to the civil service instead of going away to get a degree. And it was providing them the University of Life and Administration. Now, they get their university degrees and they come back to the civil service and to other jobs in Gibraltar, but the civil service is taking its lion's share. You could also argue this in another way, no? You could argue that we're sending people away to university to obtain degrees, They obtain degrees in fields in where Gibraltar might be able to benefit from them in the private sector, but the civil service terms and conditions are so attractive that they don't stay in the private sector, they go into the civil service. So there are arguments about this which go round and round. I am talking anecdotally, Mr. Speaker, but because I've met the 44, and I could see that they were all people who I knew had been away to university, but I will ask the Chief Secretary to give me a breakdown of the last 3 intakes of the civil service and indicate how many of those who are in the intake have a degree. One of the things that has been done very successfully also, Mr. Speaker, is that the civil service has been offered the opportunity for continuing professional education and to take degrees, in particular in fields of management, or further degrees in their fields of study. So people have continued to study whilst at work in the civil service, in the Open University, I think also with Sheffield University, and so people have become graduates whilst in the civil service, also a very laudable way of ensuring that those who work for Gibraltar are able to continue to develop their own studies for the improvement of the work that they do for Gibraltar, and indeed for their work after retirement. And anything which is education enjoys the support of the government, and although he's not here, we all agree that Joe Bossano was a visionary in that respect when he insisted in the abolition of the point system in the teeth of opposition, and he has been proved right, and we were re-elected in 2011. He was also insistent that we should go further and get rid of any requirement in terms of master's degrees, and then people can now do a first master's degree as a mandatory grant, as we used to hear our teachers refer to it in comprehensive school.
Speaker, my final question. We are in agreement, of course, that a lot of people who could have aspired to go to university had the current system been in place in those years, joined the civil service. But of course, it's now been so long that probably a lot of those people have retired. That's the reality. Since the change, of course, in the removal of the point system, which is more than 30 years ago now. So hence the concern. The Chief Minister talked about their entry at AA level. So is the government's route, therefore, is the route available to returning graduates at that level? Or would the government consider any other entry point for graduates, as perhaps they do sometimes in the United Kingdom? And will there be another AA round at some point soon?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that last question arises from this question. Mr. Speaker, the government already provides for graduate entry in respect of some grades, and not just in the clerical civil service, but beyond. For example, Crown Counsel is a degree entry grade. Of course, in the GHA and in other areas, you require a degree qualification in order to be able to apply in mechanical engineering degree for certain of the technical services. At administrative grade, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at recruitment with degrees as a better qualification, which qualifies the individual applying and raises them up the ladder of those who are likely to get the job. Graduate entry to the civil service would require negotiation with the unions of that possibility. The government has not raised that with the unions at this stage because we think this is happening organically. The Honourable Gentleman is right to point to the fact that the point system was now abolished 35 years ago in May, I think. And so we have the benefit of 35 years of graduates now in effect in the civil service. I have the Honourable Gentleman and the Honourable Mr. Feetham and the Honourable Deputy Chief Minister do not mind me disclosing. I believe that their age is now the retirement age for a clerical grade in the civil service. Although they all look much younger than that, of course, the Deputy Chief Minister in particular. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore suggest that we have in effect now a whole lifetime of civil servants who are benefiting from a recruitment process that has enabled HR to take on, and the Public Service Commission to take on, those who have turned up with degrees at the time of application. And so very senior people in the service, either because they went away and had degrees when they joined, or because they took degrees when they were in the service, have the benefit of degrees. And equally senior people are magnificent, and nobody can hold a candle to them, even though they don't have degrees.
Next question.
Question number 110 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, can the government confirm how many vacant administrative posts there were in government departments on the 10th of January 2023 and provide a breakdown of where these vacancies arise by department and by grade?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with 111.
Question number 111 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how many officers were occupying administrative posts in government departments on an acting or temporary basis at, the question says 11th January, but it really should have been 10th January, broken down by particular clerical grade and by the department in which the particular officer is occupying the post?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now hand the honourable gentleman a schedule with the information requested.
Mr. Speaker, while I look through the schedule, if the honourable member looks at my question, my question was in two parts, really. In both questions, in 110, 111, in two parts. First of all, how many, and then provide a breakdown. I think the schedules provide the breakdown, but they don't provide the totals, and I wonder whether the honourable member has that information, given the wording of the question, that it was how many, and provide a breakdown. Sorry, did the Honourable Chief Minister said he doesn't have one?
I don't have it. I have the same schedule he has.
Well, I mean, Mr. Speaker, I'll count them, but in relation to, it's quite a long schedule for the listener and the watcher of this.
Sorry, I think that the numbers I have are the relevant numbers he's asked for. I think that it's 76 in 110 and 167 in 111. I think that is what he's asking me, whether I have the numbers on. And I just didn't know whether this was an explanation to me about some aspect of it. I think that is the total, actually, of the two questions. I mean, he should check it, but I think, given what I can see here and what those two numbers, I think that's correct.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, and yes, I'll have a look myself, just in case that reference is to something else. But given the length of the schedules, it looks like it's probably right. That being so, I mean, we're talking about on that assumption, 76 vacant administrative posts and 167 officers occupying administrative posts on an acting or temporary basis. That's a fairly large number, over 250 in total. But taking vacant administrative posts first, and indeed looking collectively at the acting officers in the various administrative posts in a number of departments: digital services, employment, financial secretaries department, human resources, income tax, number 6, treasury. I mean, you can go on. It's many departments. What is the process that the government is following to fill these posts?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't necessarily agree that it is many. I think it is many less than I inherited. When I was elected, I understand that the number was much higher than that, first of all. Second, Mr. Speaker, you cannot add 76 and 167. I don't think it makes any sense to do that, because the 76 are inclusive of the 167, and to the extent that there will be people acting into the 76 in many great respects. So it is not 250 by any stretch of the imagination. At most, it is 167, but the actual number of vacant posts would be 76. What happens is that when you are filling a vacant post and somebody acts up, somebody else acts up, and somebody else acts up. It's a little like the domino effect in respect of the housing, Mr. Speaker. One vacant post can lead to 2 or 3 acting positions. So I don't think it is a very high number in that respect. 76 out of the total complement of the civil service is probably quite a low number. I can tell him, for example, that one of them, just one of them, is certainly a new post. That is to say, it's not a post that was there before and is going to be filled. It's a post that the government has accepted after representations we should create, which is a senior officer in the employment department. So the process, Mr. Speaker, is that the Office of the Chief Secretary and the PSC and the HR department deal with the opening of vacancies, etc., etc. This is quite a jigsaw puzzle. You open one, you create another vacancy, because by filling, for example, the vacancy for senior officer, you're creating the vacancy of senior executive officer. The next step is to fill that senior executive officer vacancy, which creates the HEO vacancy. I hope I'm getting my grades right, etc., etc., ad infinitum. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a process that this government, certainly, that I lead, doesn't get involved in. It's a process that is run by the Office of the Chief Secretary and the Human Resources Department. And in my view, Mr. Speaker, it's not at the moment a huge issue in respect of this 76 vacant posts. At this stage, when we're looking at the last quarter of the financial year, we would probably be also looking at whether any of those posts should continue or not continue. In the same way as you create new posts, you can also discontinue posts with the agreement of the union, etc., in consultation, as we come up to the finalizing of the book and the complements for the year to come.
Mr. Speaker, just scanning quickly, if I may, on the vacancies. So 76 vacancies, and obviously different grades. But I do notice, doing a quick sort of look through the schedule, that there's 15 AAs and around 16 AOs, administrative officers, administrative assistants. So administrative AA being the entry grade, I ask again, I assume, obviously to fill in those vacancies, you'd have to have a round of recruitment. Is the government planning an AA entry round soon?
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, at this stage, the government is not planning to do anything which increases the recurrent expenditure. Because, as the Honourable Gentleman should know, if we increase the recurrent expenditure, the only place we're going to do it is by increasing the debt. Because we haven't got a surplus to be digging into. And he's started the week by saying that he wanted to bring debt down. And so, therefore, I would have thought we would all agree that we would need to keep the recurrent costs down if we were going to bring recurrent debt down. We're going to bring the deficit down. So the government is not planning in this respect, because he's identified that there are AA and AO vacancies to do an AA or AO round. There are other ways that we can provide, which is, for example, by providing GDC employees who can assist in these areas. And in particular, given that the complement of the civil service is much higher than it was when we were elected, it is outside our commitment in respect, our electoral commitment in respect of the civil service to have to maintain those grades if they are beyond what the complement was on the 9th of December 2011.
Speaker, the reason I ask is because I'm asking about government policy, and the Minister for Financial Stability, who isn't here right now, but he has said publicly, I think several times now, that that when there are vacancies, the government would just take the view that they would assess the particular requirements of that particular post and decide whether or not to fill the vacancies. He hasn't made the point generically that there would be no vacancies, but rather that they would test the case for it. And I'm asking whether, given this list of vacancies, they've assessed whether any of these AA entry posts should be filled, and if so, whether they're going to hold an entry round. That's really what I was asking.
Well, but Mr. Speaker, that's really what I've said to him. In other language, I've said as we're in the last quarter of the year, we're doing the assessment of whether when we settle the complements for the departments, a particular grade should remain or not remain. And only then would you be making a decision as to running a recruitment round.
And I see on the list, can I just ask specifically, the Accountant General post is vacant? Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because the Accountant General has just become the Financial Secretary.
I mean, presumably this is a post that the government do intend to fill. Is that right?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, it's a statutory post. But that's got nothing to do with AAs or AOs.
Of course, it hasn't got anything to do with AAs and AOs, but I wasn't asking in that way. So, given that, can I just ask about, because a financial secretary was appointed, well, he says just become, but it's at least 4 months since he became the financial secretary. I thought that the previous financial secretary had stood down from the end of September. So, I mean, that's nearly 4 months ago, isn't it? So we're now in late January. So what process of recruitment is there of the Accountant General ongoing?
Mr. Speaker, it is a process of recruitment that does not involve me. It's a process of recruitment that started the day that the Financial Secretary took his post on the 1st of October, which is run by the Chief Secretary and the Public Services Commission. It's not anything to do with the political government. We're not standing in the way of it. It's a process that is running. In fact, I understand that it's something that started even before the Financial Secretary took his post, because when he was going to take his post, he immediately started the process of recruitment of his successor.
Speaker, I am not suggesting that the government is standing in front of that process. I mean, I don't think anything I've said suggests that. I'm simply asking for clarification as to the process. Is the Chief Minister, does he have an expectation of when there would be a new Accountant General?
Mr. Speaker, look, the Honourable Gentleman has been a minister. This is why I'm surprised at his questions. I mean, unless they did things in a very different way, which was not to leave the civil service to its own devices when it came to recruitment. We leave the civil service to its devices. The financial secretary, who became the accountant general, who became the financial secretary, immediately started a process, as I've told him, with the PSC and the HR department and the chief secretary for the recruitment of their successor. This is an internal recruitment process, and it is ongoing. When are they going to be able to have a new accountant general? Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether they announced one yesterday. I don't know whether they're about to announce one tomorrow, or whether the candidates for interview have asked for a longer date for the interviews because of personal issues. I can't give him an answer, but it isn't a ministerial responsibility, at least it isn't a ministerial responsibility in my time, that he would expect to be running if he were chief minister in a government like the one we're running. And that's my point, Mr. Speaker.
Right. We now move on quickly and swiftly to the Honourable Baleine Hassan Naon.
Question number 112 of 2023. The Honourable Miss M.D. Hassan Naon.
Does the government have any updated figures of the macroeconomic impact of a no-deal Brexit scenario?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with 113.
Question number 113 of 2023. The Honourable Ms. MD Hassan Naun.
In his New Year speech, the Chief Minister states that, quote, "If there is no deal for reasons we cannot control, I assure you we will be ready to mitigate such an outcome," unquote. Could the Chief Minister explain the substance of how he plans to do this?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady has asked me to provide the substance of how the government intends to mitigate, insofar as possible, the socio-economic impact of a no-negotiated outcome. However, she must surely understand it will be to give those who may seek to gain leverage over us in the negotiations the ultimate lever, should I reveal publicly in this House the measures which we have taken and which we will continue to take to mitigate such an outcome. As the Honourable Member should already know, the government has for a number of years now been working flat out in planning for an NNO. The NNO board is led jointly by the Deputy Chief Minister and successive UK Ministers for Europe, now the Honourable Leo Doherty MP. It meets again this week. In fact, I think it met this morning. The Honourable Lady will have undoubtedly read our press release last month announcing the latest NNO board meeting following a tabletop exercise which was held at the end of November last year. This exercise proved to be extremely useful in highlighting areas of potential difficulties which may arise in the event of a no-negotiated outcome, and has reassured the government of our preparedness insofar as is absolutely possible for such an outcome.
Mr. Speaker, if I can just take the supplementaries because of the two questions. Even though maybe the Chief Minister cannot share the information with us, can he confirm whether his government has prepared a detailed forecast of the impact of a potential no deal?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can the Chief Minister tell us, we know about the tabletop exercise, and obviously that's all positive and gratefully accepted, I think, by the people of Gibraltar, but does the government intend to conduct any campaigns to inform the public of the impact of a potential no-deal Brexit in order to mobilize and create public awareness and expectations in the event of a no deal prior to such an event actually happening?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've already distributed a book to every house in Gibraltar called Guidance to Citizens, No UK-EU Treaty on the Future Relationship of Gibraltar. It has a preface signed by me and by the Deputy Chief Minister. It extends to 36 pages, and it was distributed last year, I believe. And Mr. Speaker, when I see what she has said today to El País, I'm surprised that she's asking me the question. She says that what I am doing is that I am educating and reminding people that there will be things on which we will have to bend down, she says, and others on which we will not. And the quote in Spanish is, Picardo está educando, recordándonos que habrá cosas en las que tendremos que agacharnos y otras en las que no. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that I'm doing that. I don't believe I'm trying to tell people in Gibraltar that we're going to have to bend over, because we're not going to bend over. But we have already distributed a lot of the material to every household in Gibraltar without giving our opponents the levers that they would need. But look, I hope that our potential opponents become our partners, that we'll be able to deliver an agreement, and that she will join in agreeing that the negotiated outcome that we bring, if we bring it, is a good one for Gibraltar.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to see that the Chief Minister has taken my words badly. I was actually trying to be complimentary to him by telling a journalist that our Chief Minister is trying to prepare us for an eventuality that might not be to our satisfaction. But having said that, obviously I could not comment on the substance in terms of what I'm trying to get today, in terms of how much information we can have and how much the Chief Minister himself can tell us on the eventuality. But one more supplementary, if I can ask, I don't know if he's willing to answer this, but as in other moments in Gibraltar's history where Gibraltar has received financial aid from the UK in difficult economic times, is the Gibraltar government looking at receiving financial aid to see us through these potentially difficult times, as we have seen in the past, given the size of our indirect debt?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not taking it badly at all. I just wanted to understand that I do not agree with her words. And look, in politics, the least that we can say to each other is that we don't agree with our words. Because she's being quoted by a Spanish newspapers, by the leading Spanish newspaper, on an issue like Gibraltar, where I decided not to give an interview to this newspaper for reasons that I think will be obvious, but she did. And she is being read in Madrid this morning as saying that my words in my New Year message in respect of the agreement, not the absence of agreement, her words are quoted in respect of the agreement, is that I'm trying to prepare people so that they understand that we are going to have to bend. Now, agacharnos is translated by Google Translate and probably by most of us as bend. Now, I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, to anybody who may be watching us from Madrid, who has read a Gibraltarian MP's view of what I said in my New Year message, that I was not preparing the people of Gibraltar to bend, because I am not going to ask the people of Gibraltar to bend, Mr. Speaker. It's clear. And so that is the issue that I'm taking with the Honourable Lady, Mr. Speaker. In terms of financial aid, we're already receiving commitments from the United Kingdom, which we have published in respect of financial aid. For example, the United Kingdom has committed to provide the government of Gibraltar with funding for the provision of e-gates down at the North Front, Four Corners entry point into Gibraltar. That will be funded half by the government of Gibraltar and half by the government of the United Kingdom. The Honourable Deputy Chief Minister referred to that, I believe, in this House during the course of the budget debate at estimates time this year. There have been other such commitments. Mr. Speaker, the government of Gibraltar reserves the right to seek further financial assistance from the United Kingdom in the event of a no negotiated outcome for a Brexit that we did not choose.
Is the Chief Minister planning to recess for a short break? Before he does that, I believe...
Mr. Speaker, can I just ask one more supplementary, please?
Right.
Mr. Speaker, based on the answer that the Chief Minister has just given, can I just establish then that the Chief Minister will not support any agreement which might require some bending or concessions on our part?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have been clearer in my New Year message. I said that there was absolutely no question of us for one moment considering any concession in respect of British sovereignty, for rights of access to the European Union, for rights of flights, etc., etc. It's all there clearly set out in my New Year message. I don't think I could have been clearer, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we together could have been clearer in this House that that would not be acceptable to the people of Gibraltar. I've also said that I will only bring an agreement to this House if the Gibraltar government has approved it, if the cabinet has approved it. And Mr. Speaker, there is no member of this cabinet sitting to my left or sitting to my right who would approve an agreement that required us to bend on issues of sovereignty which are fundamental to us. I've expressed it as vehemently and as clearly as I could. In fact, I seem to recall that part of my speech said, no spin, no nuance, couldn't be clearer. So I'm surprised that she felt it could be interpreted in this way and that it could be communicated to the leading Spanish national newspaper as my having said that, because I think with the very greatest of respect, and I'm sure that she didn't intend to do this, I think it does a disservice to the negotiating position of the government of Gibraltar.
There was one supplementary question which the Honourable Edwin Regis wanted to ask in connection with questions 111 and 112. Right, on this one, fine.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can I just ask The Chief Minister answered in relation to 112 that the government has carried out an impact assessment on the economy. Is the government willing to share that report confidentially with the opposition?
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to consider doing so. I would have to take advice on whether we should at this stage. The Honourable Gentleman should know that report is so sensitive it does not live electronically on our servers. We are, of course, very concerned about the opportunity for digital interference with information that we have. We have considered that information to be so sensitive that it has only been seen by a small number of the members of the Cabinet because we do not want to share it electronically. We have had a discussion about it in Cabinet, but it is extraordinarily sensitive. Even where we discuss it is sensitive. So we're careful even about where we talk about it.
The Honourable Edwin Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a small pedantic thing, but in case one adds up all the posts that are being acted for, the Chief Minister in the schedule for referring to answer to question 111, if one looks at 6 and 7 lines from the bottom in respect of the Customs Department, the post for Collector Customs seems to be recorded twice as being acted for by Assistant Collector Customs. It's either a typographical error or there are indeed 2 Assistant Collector Customs who are taken in turns to act for the Collector Customs, but a clarification on that would help us then to make sure we have the right total when we add the whole number of posts down.
Mr. Speaker, I think that post has now been filled. It was being acted for by somebody who was temporarily promoted, and that person who was temporarily promoted was away on leave. I understand that's why you see the numbers do not always tally, because there are different moments when you can have 2 people, in effect, acting in a post.
Is the Chief Minister
Mr. Speaker, the timetable published for today seeks to provide an element of accuracy and sets out that I would answer questions at 3 o'clock and that the Honourable the Minister for Financial Stability would answer questions at 6 o'clock. Given the numbers of questions I had, I thought we would have been finished in good time to enjoy a convivial cup of tea. In fact, we have 4 minutes to enjoy a convivial cup of tea. But given that, that people will be watching now, I'm quite happy, Mr. Speaker, to understanding that whilst the rest of us have been able to come in and out, you have not, to propose that we should adjourn for 15 minutes and that the Minister for Financial Stability should start answering questions at 6:15.
House will now recess till 6:15.
We continue with answers to questions. Question number 90 of 2023. The Honourable Miss MD Hassan Naon.
What entity outside of the Civil Services Statistic Department was engaged to carry out the 2022 census, and at what cost to the taxpayer?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, there has been no entity outside the Statistics Department engaged to carry out the census.
Mr. Speaker, I was under the impression that a company had been engaged to carry out this project. But any case, can the minister tell us when the results of the census are expected to be published?
That it follows from whether there was a company or not, but I will find out the answer to that question, but it doesn't follow logically from whether there was a company or not.
No, it doesn't.
Question number 61 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, can the government please provide the total gross debt, aggregate debt after application of the sinking fund to gross debt, cash reserves and net debt figures for public debt for the following date being the 1st of December 2022?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question with questions 62 to 76.
Question number 62 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, can the government advise the balance in the General Sinking Fund on the following dates being the 1st of December 2022?
Question number 63 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise the total value of loan notes purchased by GSBA Limited from Gibraltar Community Projects Limited, including term and interest rate?
Question number 64 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government provide a copy of the loan notes and term sheets for the loan notes purchased by GSBA Limited from Gibraltar Community Projects Limited?
Question number 65 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government provide a copy of the loan notes and term sheets for the loan notes purchased by Gibraltar Community Projects Limited from Community Supplies and Services Limited?
Question number 63 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise how does it expect Community Supplies and Services to be able to repay the 3-year loan notes issued for the construction of the Rook Nursing Home?
Question number 67 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise how GSBA Limited has used the 40 million borrowed from the Gibraltar Savings Bank for 5 years at a rate of 6%?
Question number 68 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise why Gibraltar Community Projects Limited is lending money to Community Supplies and Services Limited at 4%, whereas the cost of borrowing from the Savings Bank by GSBA Limited is 6%?
Question number 69 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise who is the appointed auditor for each of the following companies? GSBA Limited, Gibraltar Community Projects Limited, Gibraltar Supplies and Services Limited, Gibraltar Community Initiatives Limited, Wonderworks Media Limited.
Question number 70 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government confirm that Gibraltar Community Projects Limited is borrowing only from GSBA Limited?
Question number 71 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise whether the early redemption discretions for new issues of Gibraltar Savings Bank debentures have been stopped?
Question number 72 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise further to its press release 7 of 2023 exactly how many prefabricated modular units have been shipped to Gibraltar on the great faith?
Question number 73 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise the landed unit cost in sterling and total cost of the prefabricated modular units shipped to Gibraltar on the great faith?
Question number 74 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise that the total cost of the prefabricated modular units has been paid in advance of shipment?
Question number 75 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise that the prefabricated modular units that were shipped on the Great Faith are entirely for use on the Rook nursing home site? And what is the expected configuration stroke use of units per floor?
Question number 76 of 2023. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Can the government advise what warranties have been obtained and by whom in respect of the prefabricated modular units for defects and for what period?
Answer: the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, the gross public debt, the aggregate debt after the application of a sinking fund to gross debt, and the cash reserves and net debt figures were, on the 1st of December 2022, gross public debt 872.7 million, aggregate debt 845.3 million, cash reserves 80.9 million, net debt 764.4 million. The balance of the General Sinking Fund on the 1st of December 2022 stood at 27.4 million. GSBA has not purchased any loan notes from Gibraltar Community Projects. The government will not provide copies of the documentation of government companies' commercial transactions. The repayment of the loan notes by Community Supply and Services will be from the cash it will have by the time the maturity date of the loan notes are reached. Of the 40 million raised by GSBA through the sale of loan notes to the Gibraltar Savings Bank, some has been invested in the passage of real estate, some has been used to invest in loan notes from government companies, and some is still in cash. The cost of borrowing from the Savings Bank by GSBA is not linked to the arrangements between Gibraltar Community Projects Limited and Community Supply and Services Limited. The auditor of the two government companies is PwC, and the selection of an auditor by private companies is a matter for those companies. Gibraltar Community Projects loan notes can be held by any government company. No early redemption discretion in respect of Gibraltar Savings Bank debentures have been stopped. I am informed that the vessel Great Faith has transported 226 prefabricated modular units. The cost of the different stages of the elderly residential home at Rook are a matter for the developer of the project. The prefabricated modular units for the Rook site have been paid for as agreed between the suppliers and the purchasers of the unit. As far as the government is aware, all modular units are needed for the Rook project, which is not intended to be a nursing home. The configuration in the layout of the modular unit is a matter for the developer and the construction company and will become evident once the module start being installed in a week's time. The guarantees that may have been obtained by the developer in respect of the Rook development is a matter that will have been agreed between the developer and the supplier on terms that are standard for this type of construction.
Mr. Speaker, would appreciate that there's 15 questions in there, and it may take me a little while to work my way through those. Mr. Speaker, I may start perhaps with the easiest one in respect to question 62. It would appear the sinking fund has increased by £1 million compared to the Minister's answer from last month. I'd be grateful to give me an indication of what that million represents.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the £1 million is a result of the sale of government property to GSBA, which the legislation allows can be credited to the sinking fund rather than to the consolidated fund. And it's something that I have initiated because in the provision we make in the consolidated fund estimates for the year, since the interests are now higher than they were, there would be very little scope for adding to the sinking fund. So for the future movement of assets where the money is being placed in the sinking fund rather than in the consolidated fund, so that we are able to continue the sinking fund growth.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that explanation. So, if I understand correctly, is what he's saying in relation, I mean, how do you distinguish which properties go into the sinking fund in terms of sale proceeds and which don't? Is it only those that GSBA is engaged in, or I mean, how is that determination made? Or does the Minister have a target amount each year that he wants to put into the sinking fund?
Able to increase it by the amount that it has been increasing in the past years, at least. But at the moment, it can apply to any sale of government property. The law provides that the sales of government property can be used to be provided to the sinking fund instead of the consolidated fund, and that's what I'm doing at the moment.
So I understand the Minister correctly. Basically, there is no set formula as to how this will happen. If I'm incorrect, I mean, by all means, correct me. And in terms of the property the GSBA purchased from government, would you be able to identify that for us?
Case the property, no, it wasn't. No. In this case, the property is the one that we're planning to use for the Montague, the elderly people's flat, where in fact it initially, as I explained, I think to the honourable member previously, GSBA purchases the original lease and then grants a sublease to the construction entity or the developer of the site. So it's a site in Laguna Estate.
Mr. Speaker, in answer to question 63, The Minister, I believe, has answered no in that GSBA Limited has not purchased any loan notes from Community Projects Limited, but if my memory doesn't serve me well, or if my memory serves me well, I think in last month's session, he indicated that Community Projects Limited obtained its funding from GSBA Limited. Now, I may have assumed incorrectly that he'd been following the same formula as for community supplies and services and was purchasing loan notes. So how is GSBA Limited transferring money to Gibraltar community projects, or rather, or simply on what basis?
GSBA buys the loan notes from other government companies, and the community projects buys loan notes from those companies that have the funding. But it doesn't do it directly. So the origin of the money is GSBA.
So SBA, I thought I'd understood the structure last month in that the relationship between GSBA Limited and Gibraltar Community Project Limited. I thought that was a direct relationship. Also, it would appear that that assumption is incorrect. So how is, if the money is originating in GSBA Limited and GSBA Limited is purchasing loan notes from another government entity, could the Minister fill in the gap for us in the missing link between GSBA Limited and Gibraltar Community Projects Limited?
Board member thinks there's a missing link. The money that eventually is received by Gibraltar Community Projects has originated in GSBA, but it isn't necessarily all the money that has been obtained from GSBA by another government company. But so if there is X in loan notes that has been bought by GSBA from one or more company, there could be the whole of that amount that has gone eventually into Gibraltar Community Projects, or less than that. But in any event, whatever the amount is, whether it's more, whether it's the same or less, the origin is GSBA, because GSBA is the one that buys assets which can be either real estate, as I've already told him in answer to the other question. The money is either in real estate or in loan notes from other companies or in cash.
Yes, I understand what the Minister's saying, but what I'm trying to do is get a full picture of the structure. So I guess to simplify things rather than trying to ask a big question, I'll ask one simple question. To whom or from whom, which government companies, and I don't know if the Minister has information available with him, is GSBA buying loan notes from? And the amounts?
The Honourable Member has asked me how the 40 million is used. The 40 million is used in either buying bonds from companies, in buying land assets, which then get resold or subleased, or is kept in cash for when it's needed to do either one or the other. And I'm not prepared to give him more information than that, because that is, in effect, is the picture that gives him what is happening. But it can be any company that we choose to use.
But Mr. Speaker, a loan note, forgive me for perhaps going back to 101 on finance, would be for a specific period of time at a specific interest rate with specific terms on it. All I'm asking is, and the Minister has just said and clarified, that GSBA buys loan notes from government companies. I just want to know which government companies have been issuing loan notes that GSBA is buying. And then, of course, my question that will arise from that eventually is, well, which one of these companies is lending money to community projects?
I told him that there is no reason for one or the other specific. When there's a question, and I've said GSBA is lending to companies, meaning any company we choose, all companies, or one company, whatever we choose to do. And the other question that I've told him is that community projects, in turn, can issue loan notes to any company. That's a mechanism. Which company it is, how much it is, I'm not prepared to give him more information on that.
Mr. Speaker, why on earth not?
The level of information that I already gave him far exceeds anything that has ever been given in this House to anybody else. And I think at the end of the day, what the Honourable member wants to do is to be the 11th member of government and be told every detail of everything we do from the time we get to the office in the morning till we clock out. He's not going to get it from me.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Chief Minister might regret that offer, but Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to the Honourable Minister, all I'm trying to do on this side of the House is not run government, but just to hold government to account. That's my job, as I'm sure he has recognised in the past when he called me a one-man public accounts committee. And all I'm trying to understand is the mechanism and all the various links in this mechanism. Now, I have a question later on where I'm saying, look, if community supplies and services borrowing at 4% and GSBA's cost of funding is 6%, where is the difference coming from? Because that's just not financially sensible. So what I'm trying to understand, if GSBA is borrowing at 6%, it's issuing loan notes to someone, can he tell me, well, if they're actually lending money to some government company, can he at least tell me at what rate they are lending at? Or is he going to tell me that, well, it just depends on the day? But surely he would have to tell me that if GSBA is borrowing at 6 for 5 years, it must be lending at more than 6. Otherwise, GSBA is making a loss or getting money from somewhere else. And this is what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to understand how this mechanism works, because it's not clear to me.
He answered the other question that he referred to and told him there is no connection between the two. The SBA doesn't borrow 3-year money at 6%. And he's saying, well, if they borrow 10-year money at 6%, why do they lend 3-year money at 4%? Well, because the rate that the savings bank pays on 4 is on 3-year money is 3%. So that's a cost of money. But there is no link. The logic is that there is a logic to the length of the repayment period and the interest rate. And if a company has got a recourse to the resources of the savings bank for investing in a development that is not going to take 10 years, why should they borrow 10-year money?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister knows perfectly well that if the funding cost is 6%, it doesn't matter what period it is, you've got to make more than 6%. Otherwise, you will de facto make a loss. All I'm trying to understand is all the various links in the chain, which he doesn't seem to want to tell me, as to how this money is eventually spent. Now, he's already said in this House that community supplies and services gets its money from community projects, who gets his money ultimately, we now know, ultimately from GSBA, who we know is a subsidiary of the Savings Bank, who we know has borrowed £40 million from the Savings Bank. All I'm trying to understand is exactly how all this flows down the chain. That's a simple question. Now, what the Minister doesn't seem to be willing to tell me is that element of a chain between GSBA and community projects. That's the element I'm just trying to link up. And I can't understand why the Minister's so reluctant to give me that piece of information. I mean, if he tells me, look, I have Gibraltar government company X that's bought today, I mean, he could argue this, well, I haven't given a point in time, but he could choose a point in time, 10 million of loan notes that they've issued to GSBA for a period of 3 years, and they're paying X%, and then they in turn are lending or issued loan notes to community supplies and services for X amount or community projects and carry on down that. I can understand the flow. That's all I'm after. I mean, if he doesn't want to tell me now, I will ask specific questions of the links. And then he can perhaps give me the answer then, but it'd be a waste of this House's time. I have to come back and ask the same question.
question that the honourable member puts, the answer that I get leads to a whole range of other questions. And it doesn't matter how much I give him, he's got an insatiable appetite. And therefore, there's a point at which I am not prepared to give him more information beyond what I've given him. The money is in the savings bank. The money from the savings bank is invested in bonds or loan notes issued by GSBA. GSBA, in turn, issues loan notes to a number of other companies, and one or more of those companies issues loan notes to Gibraltar Community Projects. That's not enough. He wants to know the day, the time, the amount, the rate. Well, he's not going to get any more detail. That's what I'm telling him, okay?
Mr. Speaker, Gibraltar Community Projects Limited is ultimately owned by the Gibraltar Development Corporation. The Minister can confirm that or not. I mean, it's owned by one entity and then another entity above it, and ultimately it's the GDC. It's a government company. So is the Minister telling me that he would refuse to answer a question in his House as to what loan notes Gibraltar Community Projects has issued and to whom?
To whom, presumably, so that people outside think that we're giving money to outsiders. He knows to whom. Ultimately, to building homes for our people, ultimately, to building a stadium for Gibraltar, ultimately, that is where the money is finishing up. So, but that's not enough for him. He needs to have a trail through the jungle to get to where, to see if there's something that he can criticize the government for. Well, criticize me for not providing the answer. It's faster.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, because I really didn't want to get into this type of argument, but he's just described himself, his own structure, as a jungle. and that's what it's become. It's become a jungle. So basically, I have and I'm going to use this word, which he won't like, we have a black hole between GSBA and community projects. And he's not willing to tell me what the link is. Is that his position?
My position is that I am prepared to give a level of information, and beyond that I am not prepared. The honourable member has been asking since he's arrived and continues asking in every meeting for where every account is in the government, in every company, and we tell him we don't. And it doesn't happen anywhere. I mean, the honourable member, a level of detail that are things, he knows where the government starts with the money. He knows where the government finishes. That's not enough. He has to be able to go through a trail to understand every bit. Well, look, understanding every bit is something you need to do when you're in government. In opposition, you are entitled to know how it is we're funding things, and we've told you how we're funding things. Why we put it in one company or another is not asking for information. It's asking for you to be given an explanation of how the government proposes to do things in the way that they think is necessary to do it, or efficient to do it. And we have this position again and again. It doesn't seem to know where to draw the line.
Mr. Speaker, look, I accept that the Minister is not willing to give me any more information. I must say I'm disappointed at the Minister, because he normally is very helpful in this House in providing information. And Mr. Speaker, you know, if that is his position, so be it. But I don't think that's a fair position to adopt, and I will make it clear in due course when the time arises. Mr. Speaker, if I can move on to other... Yes, certainly. Can I give way to...
Mr. Speaker, before my honourable colleague moves on, can I just ask the honourable Minister, I mean, he's used this phrase, why does it have to be a jungle? So, as he's described it, the money's going from the savings bank to companies, maybe different companies, then ultimately may go through a trail, through the jungle, as he says, then end up in community projects. Why does it have to be a jungle? What's the rationale of it being so complicated?
Speaker, what I described as a jungle is the situation in which the honourable member finds himself. I'm not in the jungle. I know exactly where the things are. So they may be in the jungle, but I am not. But he's behaving as if he was in a jungle, and he wants me to take him by the hand and lead him through the jungle. Well, look, that's not my job, and I don't think he's entitled to do that. I mean, the honourable member knows that the previous government wisely invented a cash pool where all the companies that were in surpluses were netted against all the companies that were in deficit, right? That is something that is still there. This we are doing as an alternative to the cash pool, so that there is a greater tracking of the money than there was before. And I'm doing it only because ultimately the money that moves from GSBA into another company is ultimately finishing outside the government, albeit on projects that the government is sponsoring as part of the National Economic Plan, and where the government knows exactly where it's going, because the actual deliverer of the construction is a government joint venture.
I'm not sure, with respect, that the honourable member has answered the question. He's, apart from explaining that it's not a jungle to him, I'm trying to understand why is there an economic case for it being a complex structure, which from company to company? I mean, what is the reason? Why can't it just go savings bank to community project? Why does there have to be interposed companies? What's the reason for that?
Very simple. The money that goes initially from GSBA to another company may be used by the other company for another purpose relevant to the company's activities other than community projects. It's not that there has to be a matching. When I told the honourable member where the money came from, it was because if the money is coming ultimately from the savings bank through GSBA, then it passes from GSBA to different companies that want to use money by raising loans notes from GSBA. And then some of those companies can, if they want, or if we think that a particular company in a particular occasion has got more liquidity than another one, then we use the one that has got more liquidity depending on the point of time when the money is needed. The money that goes into Gibraltar community projects goes as basically demand driven by the progress of projects, not for any other reason. The money that may be sitting in one company or another ultimately doesn't make any difference, because it's the same as a cash pool, except that it's not a cash pool, it's identified.
And for me to be clear, who's making these decisions? So when a company takes the money and then moves it to community projects, not indirectly, having received it from savings bank, GSBA or whatever, who's making these decisions on the movements of the monies? Is the minister ultimately taking these decisions?
By the need that the company may have in the activities of the company. All the companies have got directors, and the Treasury is responsible for all the movements.
The government's making the decisions.
Mr. Speaker, I at least take some comfort from the fact that the Minister said that he is tracking this money more closely than perhaps he would other money, which is in the cash pool, and that it is obviously all trackable through these loan notes, which he has described already. Mr. Speaker, going to question 64, in which I asked for a copy of the loan notes, and I guess this will also cover question 65. And I think his answer was that that he wouldn't provide copies of these loan notes. I don't know why, because they cannot possibly be commercially sensitive, since most of this is intra-government or intra-government company borrowing. But can you tell me who drafts these loan notes? Is there a law firm involved in drafting them?
To my notice, we are not paying anybody outside to draft loan notes, to my knowledge. So it's just drafted internally. I mean, I don't know what complexity a note that is basically an IOU between one government-owned company and another company needs in drafting. But as far as I'm aware, we don't pay anybody outside the government to draft anything for this.
So was the Minister effectively saying that these loan notes are drafted internally by Treasury?
I don't know how they governed, but when we are in government, I don't actually go saying, well, I want the name of the person who was drafting this or the person who was drafting that. I mean, we have processes that happen, thousands of processes while you are in government, and there are people working doing things, and I'm sure that if we spend the level of time in monitoring every movement of every civil servant, like the honourable member seems to want me to do, then the system will take even longer to deliver anything. The answer is things have to be done. They get done. I don't ask who's done it or how they've done it. These people are employed to deliver something and they do it. The same people that would have drafted a long note before. What I can tell him is that we haven't got outside the government to pay for somebody externally to draft a draft note, because if that had happened, I would know that there was a cost.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I can move on to question 66, which is in relation to how is Community Supplies and Services going to be able to repay the 3-year loan note. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if I recall, his answer was cash it will have a maturity of the loan note. Can the Minister give us an idea of how he expects Community Supplies and Services to actually have the cash to pay in redemption?
Community Supplies and Services is not giving the money away. It is investing it in assets, which will ultimately be owned by people who want to invest in them, all of which I've explained to the honourable member before. And therefore, what I'm saying is, ultimately, it doesn't mean necessarily that we're going to have to wait 3 years, because we wouldn't put Community Supply and Services in the position that they had to keep on paying interest if the money was no longer required. So, but there is the 3-year term is because we don't expect projects to take that much longer. I mean, the construction projects that we're in the main are things that should take less than 3 years, and therefore 3 years is the maximum. But if the project is completed before and there is a transaction that they received money before, then they will probably come back and say, well, we want an early repayment to stop having to pay interest. But ultimately, what they will have, I have no doubt, is the cash to pay if that doesn't happen.
The Minister talks about investors once the project is completed. So, just to be clear, is it the Minister's, the plan, basically, that the entire project, the entire site, would be sold as a single unit to an investor or group of investors? Is that what the plan is, to realize the asset, as he describes it, in order to repay the loan notes? Is that the overall thinking?
The RUC will be sold as one, yes. But obviously the apartments in Laguna will be individuals buying the apartment. And that will probably, the cash will come back very quickly, because the people who are expressing an interest are already property owners who will sell for more than they're going to be buying. So,
Mr. Speaker, And again, you know, I apologize to you, Mr. Speaker, because this is a complex process of understanding. So we anticipate that within 3 years we'll have an asset which is saleable to an investor or group of investors. I just have two questions. One is, which I don't think I've had the answer or may not have asked as part of the answer questions I've asked before. What is the actual maturity date of that 3-year loan note? And does he have an investor or group of investors that has already expressed an interest in purchasing the Rook site as a whole?
To the second question, I have more than one. Okay, and the loan notes are not issued all at once, so that they draw on the loan notes as they need to pay for the ongoing work. So the loan notes are 3 years from the drawdown, not 3 years from a specific date.
So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indicated he may have 2 potential purchasers for the site as a whole. And what is it that the investors would be buying? Because I know the architect's plan described originally as a nursing home, and he, in his answer today, said, no, it's not a nursing home. So what would he call it? And what is it that the investors would be getting in terms of an income or yield on the project? Yeah?
The only thing that investors in property get is rent from the users of the property. I don't know of anything else that is done with property other than that.
And finally, on this particular question, Mr. Speaker, does the Minister envisage having some kind of option agreement built into whatever arrangement he comes with the investors in order to buy the facility at some future point in time?
No preconceived ideas. I'm willing to listen to the people who are interested in buying, and if I think what they are prepared to offer and the terms that they want are beneficial, then I will consider it, and if not, not. But at the end of the day, the importance is that the Rook home is going to be used for people who are on the waiting list for going to Mount Albania. And consequently, what we're looking at is the ultimate cost to the government of the facility. So clearly, my involvement is in making sure that the cost to us as potential users is not excessive. I expect it to be less than we're paying now.
Speaker, just following from what the Minister just said. So it's not a nursing home, it's an old people's home. That would be a correct description of it. And is it the intention as part of this project for the government to effectively guarantee a block leasing of units in the building, or will it be a mixture of external people that the government won't provide accommodation to, and they're doing it off their own bat, and a chunk of the building may be leased by the government to make provision for our own community?
At this point, what I'm thinking is of the cost per bed. So, we would take the number of beds that we need. What we have is priority. If we have the demand to take everything, then there won't be anything available to anybody else, because at the end of the day, it depends on once the thing is finished and people see it, how many people want to go there. The honourable member must understand that everything that we're doing is asking questions all about what will happen in the future, and what will happen in the future is not one single path with one single option. Depends on the people we are dealing with, depends on the money they put in, depends on how many people want to be there.
And just a quick question on the building itself in this respect. These are all one bedroom, bathroom. What's the internal configuration, just so I understand when it comes to the investors what it is that they're buying?
My understanding, I haven't been able to see yet the finished product, but my understanding is that the rooms are big enough to be double rooms or single rooms. They're all the same size, but I think one floor could be made for married couples and the rest for single people. And it's got a kitchen on every floor and a dining area, and a bigger kitchen and a restaurant at the top. There's a shower and all the accessories that you need for people with disabilities in these rooms. And what else is there? Oh, and there's a balcony. Each one has a balcony. Yeah.
So just by way of comparison, this is sort of the layout, if I may, of sort of the standard Galpe house type room, where you have an ensuite, bathroom, toilet, and a main room, which may have some other facilities, but that's about it, the bed and an ensuite. Is that correct?
Not quite, because Calpe House was something that we bought where the structure was there already, and we adapted it. And this has been, designed for this purpose. It's been designed as a place that is going to be a home for people with disabilities who, because of their age, are incapable of keeping themselves in their own homes. In some cases, the government is having to provide quite a lot of support in their houses. Gibraltar, like everybody else in Europe, is facing an increasing ratio of people with dementia. The people in the waiting list has got something like 68 who are between 95 and 100. There's a lot of us living a long time, as I intend to do. So eventually there'll be a place for me in the home as well, but not just yet.
So the waiting list we're talking about is the waiting list for Mantovania, is that right?
Because the waiting list for Mantovania at the moment, it will relieve both the pressure on Mantovania and the pressure on the GHA, which has got a ward that is with people who really cannot be discharged to go back to their home, and cannot be discharged because Montalvania hasn't got at the moment the capacity to take them.
And what in real terms is the difference between Mount Alvania, which I've always thought was a nursing home, and Rook? What would be the difference in facilities? In terms, or was it just a question of what label we put on it, but effectively people will get the same service?
Mount Alvania didn't start as a nursing home. It started as a residential facility for elderly people. But I think as people have got older, the movement of people in and out of Mount Alvania in the old days, when people did not live so long, was much quicker. Now what happens is that people actually age in Mount Alvania, and really they get to the stage where they need medical treatment. And therefore, in Mount Alvania we've got a level of medical treatment that is not too distant from what a hospital is. This is not what this is going to do. This is not going to be replacing the responsibilities of the GHA to provide medical treatment. So, I'm investigating whether, once it's finished, I'm getting somebody from the UK to come out and advise me free of charge from a company that are close friend of ours and has 25 homes in the UK, whether the layout and the facilities we have here would be suitable for having, say, one floor for dementia if we found that we're having problems inadequately fitting the numbers of cases we've got in the facilities that we've got. But at the end of the day, we need to be clear about one thing. This is only the beginning of what we need to do. You know, the reality of it is that we can expect to be with ever increasing numbers of people over the age of 70 in Gibraltar, as in every other developed country in Europe. And sooner or later, however fit they may be, they get to a point where they really cannot cope on their own. And this is what it's intended to meet.
Leader of the Opposition.
So can I ask on this issue before my honourable colleague moves on again? So I had understood actually that there was going to be an offer in due course once this is built. So everyone in Mount Alvernia will be offered a transfer to this new facility. But of course what would make it attractive is not only that this is a new build in the centre of town, I suppose that would be the sort of pluses, but that in practice it would offer all the services that Mount Alvernia is offering to the current residents, including whatever access to nursing care or whatever they've got. But is the honourable member in effect saying that it's not going to be like that? And if that is the case, well then does he not agree that it will therefore impact on people's attitude to a transfer?
It was there for many, many years without being structured the way it is now and giving very good service to people, right? And at the end of the day, I mean, having 2 or 3 doctors in Mount Alvernia where there's 140 people is a ratio of doctors to patients which doesn't exist anywhere in the world, right? This place is very near the hospital and it will have a room as a clinic for doctors to see patients so that they don't have to leave the building. But it's certainly a better location than the location of Mount Alvernia. And look, what we're doing is trying to meet a need in the way that will be possible for us to finance the cost of the individuals effectively. We believe that because the size is big and the economies of scale, this will be the case. And the need is there and it has to be met. We can't escape it. But not everybody is in need of permanent nursing care 24 hours a day. And that is not what this is going to be providing. I mean, this is not a nursing home, it's a residential home. The residential home is a stage in the process, and therefore what we've had in Mount Alvernia is a mixture with people at different stages, and the people in the stage where they need most medical attention are there simply because they've been there for a very long time, not because they went in like that. So that's the difference.
I understand that, but I've seen a slight transition, if I may, and the honourable member first explained how people will be approached as they'll be made an offer. But then I was also taken by a phrase that he was reported to have said to the Chronicle that the new residential place will eventually replace Mount Alvernia. I mean, I'm not sure if that's an accurate quote, but if it was accurate, I'm not sure I understand how you're going to get there, because however many people there are at Mount Alvernia right now, there will be some that do require certain nursing care because they're older. I mean, it's fine, Mount Alvernia has changed and all of that throughout the decades, but the reality is that those people will not be attracted to be transferred to somewhere where they're not going to get that more immediate permanent sort of staffing assistance that they have at Mount Alvernia. And the other issue arises, I would have assumed, again, and maybe I'm making the wrong assumption, because in the plans, it's not in the plans of government in the thinking, but I would have assumed that the attraction of a transfer would then also impact on staffing issues at Mount Alvernia, and then maybe some of those people would go into a new employment at the new home. But again, that may not be something that the government is thinking about.
It's all speculative and in the future, but we may well find that we need to increase the capacity for people with dementia. That's a possibility, and that we may need to look to have to do a new center. But certainly the Mount Alvernia building is increasingly unfit for purpose and would cost more money to put right than a new building would cost. So.
Mr. Speaker, I move on now to question 69, and I think, if I heard the Minister correctly, said the auditor for the government companies is PwC, and I would identify those, and if I'm wrong, the Minister, I'm sure, will correct me, as GSBA Limited and Gibraltar Community Projects Limited. If the other three entities, which says, I think he said, was a matter for the companies and the directors. Given that these are effectively the building blocks for his national economic plan, would he obviously not have an interest that they are audited? And would he not know, or at least can he tell us if he knows, whether A, there is an auditor appointed, and presumably he must know who they are?
Mr. Speaker, if I was interested, it still wouldn't be my responsibility to say who they are to anybody else, to him or anybody else. I'm not answerable for whether they have or they haven't, or who they choose or not choose. But in any event, I mean, my understanding is that you don't need an auditor if your profits are under 1.25 million. Eh? These people are a long way from that figure. So I don't know what he thinks. That, I mean, we're at the process of starting something, and the honourable member puts questions that may be relevant sometime in the future. Not when something has been going for 2 weeks, no? I would have thought.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, I would have thought the Honourable Minister was hoping for more than $1 million profit in the short term from these entities. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that we're dealing with this sort of chameleon type entity, where there's obviously the National Economic Plan. We all know it's a National Economic Plan, but then anything to do with the actual mechanics, the nuts and bolts, the mechanism, whatever, no, it's nothing to do with the government. And this is the dilemma we have on this side of the House, is that the minister's created the structure under a registered charity and then disclaims any responsibility for it. But he can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. It's either it's his National Economic Plan for which he has full responsibility, including the structure, or it isn't.
To have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. If I have an obligation to produce a more housing for elderly people, which the National Economic Plan does, I do it in the way that is most effective given my other responsibility for restoring financial stability, which I think is a very reasonable thing to do. So if we did what they did, for example, when they were in government, and they get an outside person to run the 1.2 billion program that there was in 2010, because of his expertise, and because in the private sector people charge the government more than they charge private entities, then it would never have occurred to us to want to know every single transaction between the government and that individual, and we never did. We accepted the rationale of the policy of the government, and that's it. And so that's what they did. They did things which they thought were the best way to do it, and I am doing things the best way to do it. Clearly, if we had not found ourselves with the results of COVID and the results of the drop in revenue that has come after COVID, we might have done it differently and probably finish up spending more money given the position of the previous administration, which is probably true, that if the government is the client, the money goes up, the cost goes up. Well, we found a way that I've devised which ensures that I'm able to deliver goods by outsourcing the work, which is not something new, because every time the government builds an estate, there are lots of companies involved in building an estate. But there is no question of when did you pay them, how many invoices, how many people do they employ. It doesn't work like that. You know? We have a responsibility to try and deliver what we set out to do 2 years late, right? We're doing it in the way which we think is most beneficial for Gibraltar, because we think it will minimize the direct cost to the government, right? We are confident, I am confident, that the results will justify the way we're doing it, and I think when the members opposite see the results, they will have to agree that it is.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to finish off on this particular question as to auditors. Can the Minister at least confirm to the House that he expects auditors to be appointed for any entity within his National Economic Plan?
No, Mr. Speaker, I can't say that, because I've just told him that, look, these companies are charities, right? Okay? And the charities that are going to be involved, Gibraltar Community Initiatives is there because we have a need to do something, and there was no other way of doing it with the government and no other way of doing it with the private sector, and then we found a new vehicle to do it. And that new vehicle will comply with whatever the laws of Gibraltar require, not because I tell them, but because they've got a legal obligation to do it. So if they have to have an auditor, I'm sure they will have an auditor. Why on earth should they not want to have an auditor if they need to have one? But why should I expect them to have one? Well, I am not qualified to decide that if their turnover is a couple of £1,000 a year, they have to have an auditor. My understanding is that there is a threshold which, in fact, the professionals in the audit and have asked the government to raise, so that there are less work for the auditors with very small companies. At the moment, they're very small. How much bigger they will get, I don't know. But I don't expect them to become multinationals.
Mr. Speaker, if I can just finish off on this. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, it's a creature of his creation, which we will credit him for having created it, but it is his creation. And whether it has an auditor or not, it's not a question of simply complying with the law. At the end of the day, he can determine, and the companies can determine the whole structure. He can design it. He's the designer, the creator of this structure. He can say, I want an auditor tomorrow. It doesn't have to wait for the legal thresholds to be triggered. I would have thought, given that he is responsible for the savings bank, and given that all the savings bank money is flowing through his entity, that he would want to have at least that assurance, even at the very beginning, that everything is as it should be. Because at the end of the day, it's not his money. The money belongs to the savers of the savings bank, and therefore I think it's entirely reasonable that he would be extra cautious, as he has already demonstrated he's trying to be by tracking every penny all the way down the chain. And yet, when it comes to the appointments of auditors, he just says, well, nothing to do with me. It's up to the companies. That's all. The only point I want to make, Mr. Speaker. And if he doesn't want to accept that point, I'll leave it there and move to the next question.
It's not that it has nothing to do with me. It's that if I decided to do it, I wouldn't have to tell him, because it's nothing to do with him. That's the point. He cannot say to me that I have to give information about what I do or don't do in relation to what I say to a private entity. Because he's asking me questions in this House about things that are in the public sector. And these are people that are contractors. So if he had been advising the previous government, they would not have found themselves losing lots of money with lots of companies who disappeared over the horizon, right? These people are not going to disappear over the horizon. They're here. They're here and they're doing something as a commitment to Gibraltar. This is not people who are lining their pockets. So the situation is, if they feel there's a need, or I feel there's a need at any point in time that they should have an auditor, then I will consider discussing it with them. But I'm not going to say to them, you must have an auditor just so that some auditor gets more money and the thing costs us more money. No way.
Mr. Speaker, if I can move on then. I was flogging a dead horse on that one. On question 71, I think we've had a question answered to 70 already. On 71, about the early redemption discretions, whether there's been any changes on government savings bank debentures, and I think the answer was a simple no. Can the Minister confirm that those discretions, as I recall them, and my memory could be faulty and having to be corrected, is, I think it's at the discretion of the Financial Secretary, the purchase of a government affordable 50/50, or perhaps the death of the holder of the debenture in which they nominate somebody to receive the money. I mean, those are three conditions that still exist for the breakage of a debenture which is of a term.
Those are the three conditions that are standard, and of course there's always somebody may come with a particular calamity that has affected them, which is not covered by those three, and then it's at the discretion of the Financial Secretary who says yes or no.
And just to confirm that if that discretion is exercised, I think apart perhaps from death or even the purchase of government property, there will be some sort of penalty applied.
If there is a penalty, depending on the nature of the, I think it's possible. I mean, for example, in the most recent debentures that we issue for pensioners, we actually allowed up to 25% to be withdrawn without penalty, right? So that the person can withdraw 25% over the 10 years, and if he doesn't draw anything down on the first year, then he accumulates the percentage. So there is no involvement of discretion. If somebody has done that in that particular issue, normally there would not be a discretion to withdraw even more than that, because there's already a facility there.
And the new pension debentures, do those still have that 25% withdrawal facility in them?
So as far as I'm aware, there's been no change in that either. I mean, but it's limited to the 10-year debenture for pensioners.
Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to question 72. I believe the Minister said there were 226 units shipped to Gibraltar on the Great Faith. And if I can combine this with question 75 in terms of the use of the units and configuration, I wasn't quite clear as to whether they were all for the Rook site. And in terms of the configuration, I think he said it was a matter for the developer. But if we were to take, I think there are 8 floors, maybe 9 floors. If there are 8 floors, 226 units, that's 28 units a floor. I mean, can the Minister enlighten in any way as to what he thinks the layout or the usage of these units will be? First of all, I guess the simple question is, are all these 226 units going to be used at Rook? And if so, how many units per floor?
Speaker, I don't have the information and I don't intend to ask him for the information, but I'll invite the honourable member to come to the Rook and count them for himself when they're all there.
Yes, I have had a look, but I shall wait. In terms of questions 73 and 74, the Minister, I think, replied in terms of the costs as a matter for the developer, and whether they've been paid in advance. I think the Minister said paid for as agreed. If I take the last question first, paid for as agreed, I mean, we know as community supplies and services have issued loan notes of about 22 million. What I'm trying to establish is whether that 22 million will cover the cost of purchase of the modular units.
This is a level of detail that the Honourable Member wants me to obtain from a private entity that is delivering something which at the end is going to be bought by a private investor, where the government is going to be the user of some or all of the units. I don't go asking them these questions. And I don't think he is entitled to expect me to ask them.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to the Minister, I mean, this is his National Economic Plan. I expect him to know every detail of every aspect of the project, including how many nuts and bolts have been used, because at the end of the day, it all boils down to the cost of the bottom line. And, you know, the fixtures, the fittings, which I haven't asked about, is probably something that the Minister's been intimately involved in, because it all goes down to the final cost, which all goes down to the viability of the project and the cost to the government as the ultimate user. So I would expect that he would have, I would have expected at least he would have a little bit more visibility as to costs, because that's what drives the economic viability of this kind of project, and his ability to recover the money that the savings bank has put into this project, in that obviously he wants to recover the money from potential investors. But Mr. Speaker, and again, he keeps on saying it's a private entity in which I cannot ask questions, but it's his National Economic Plan. Again, I come back to the same kind of conundrum where it's a National Economic Plan, but I can't ask questions about it. And does the Minister understand my frustration here?
Well, I don't want to frustrate him. I'm very fond of him. But he needs to understand that the governments of Gibraltar over the years have used private contractors for lots of things, and the level of information that the Honourable is seeking about the behaviour of those contractors has never been asked before. I mean, nobody's asked, you know, about how much the foundations cost in Hassan Terraces, and how much the window cost, and what is the layout of the room. I mean, you have a contractor, the contractor gets given a brief, and the brief is to deliver something. And I am not the project manager of the operation. At the end of the day, it is something that is happening on the basis that I know what we want to finish up with. We're doing it in a way which I think is the most cost-effective way to do it. And we're doing it with entities that are not from outside of here. We're doing it with a joint venture as a construction company, and with people that are local people. This is not people who are going to disappear over the horizon, as has happened in the previous projects of the government of Gibraltar in the last administration, where regrettably people left a lot of debts from local suppliers. Perhaps if every inch of every contract had been examined, that might not have happened. But then, unfortunately, he was not in that government to do it. But what he needs to understand, that the level of lack of confidence in the people that are there, and the level to keep an eye on them, is not heightened by what I'm doing, it's lessened by what I'm doing. Because we are not dealing with people who put a contract price, and then, as often happens in the construction industry, you get shown the specimen room the first time. I mean, I remember that many years ago when I was working in the construction industry, when I came back in 1972 in Barrelbeck, and when the government quantity surveyor came along to see how the walls were plastered, they were plastered with gypsum, which was quite expensive, and then when it went, the rest of the rooms were plastered with something else, which cost much less money. That happens in the industry, right? So even if you examine one room, they will fiddle you on the rest. And there's nothing you can do about it, because you see that when it's all painted and finished, it all looks the same. Now, can that kind of thing be prevented? No. Is this kind of thing likely to happen with this? I think less so than with dealing with strangers. Less so than with dealing with people from outside who are here today and gone tomorrow. So, if his concern is about the quality and the cost of the thing, then all I have to say to him is, I am confident that he will find, when it's done, that the concern was, unnecessary. If I accept that all is expressing concern, then I can tell him, I am confident that the concern is not required, that the degree of control that he says there should be is not required, and I am confident that I can demonstrate that to him. And these things are going to be finished by the summer, by the way, not in 20 years' time.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to hear that the Minister is so confident. I'm moving on to the last question now, Mr. Speaker, on to question 76, which I asked about the warranties and by whom in terms of defects and for what period. And I believe the Minister said that it would be guarantees, would be agreed between the developer and supplier in some sort of standard terms on this type of construction. I think it's all words to the effect. Yeah? And Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's last contribution, he talked about nobody disappearing over the horizon. But he may have seen an article that appeared in Construction News in August 2021, where I think, according to this article, one of the entities within the group, and I think it's China International Marine Containers, and I think that is the name that's plastered on the side of the containers that we see here in Gibraltar, ran into some alleged defects at hotels in England, and then they subsequently, for whatever reason, decided to put the UK entity into liquidation. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a real concern about defects. They obviously had problems in the UK on defects, or allegedly problems with defects. I think one particular complaint was settled for they offered a settlement of £1.1 million. So this is why I'm asking about warranties on this project. It's a big project. It's costing, we know, at least 22 million. I would have thought that the Minister would have some kind of feel or some sort of idea of what kind of warranties, because bear in mind that if he tries to sell this on to external investors, they will want the benefits of those warranties. Especially since we're talking about modular construction. I mean, I'm no expert on this particular methodology, but obviously it's all steel framed. I mean, how on earth do you maintain these units? What happens if unit number 10 in the middle of the structure suddenly develops a defect? I mean, how do you remedy that? And to what extent is the supplier of the module responsible, or is it the person who assembles it on site, or is it GIBC, or is it somebody else? I'm just wondering, I'd like to know if, well, first of all, are there any warranties that the Minister's aware of that the supplier of the modules has given the developer?
Well, I know that there have been UK personnel in the factory supervising the whole process, and that every single joint and every single thing has got double signatures, and that it meets ISO things, and that the guy involved in has actually traveled with the units here to Gibraltar and is here supervising it. and that the workers that are engaged in the erection are from the UK Manchester company, who are UK people who have been doing this in the UK. And, you know, the assurances that have been given, I believe, and I think that they are, you know, they want the business, they want the relationship with us, they've gone, I think, to whatever lengths they need to do to give us comfort that they've been looking very carefully at anything from now. Apart from that, if there are pieces of paper in the contracts between them that I do not know. But I know that we've been insisting from the beginning that it had to be UK standard, and that even if it cost more, we would not accept anything less, and that the UK had to guarantee that. And of course, frankly, the advantage that we have is the relationship with the company in China that has used its senior people to make sure, because the only problem that there is sometimes with bringing things from Asia is that what you see when you go to buy it may not be what they put in the container. Right? But they're not likely to do something like that if in fact their partner company is our partner as well, and therefore it's an in-house relationship which you know, the way it's been explained to me by the guy that's here that did it all, it's been very thorough, checking almost everything.
This is my final supplementary, unless the Leader of the Opposition has any, or anybody else wishes to ask any. So just in conclusion, and I understand what the Minister's saying in terms of the efforts that he's made to ensure that the product that he receives here is a product that he desires, but can he tell the House one way or another? I mean, is he aware, or does he have no knowledge of whether any warranties have actually been obtained in the legal sense? I mean, is that in his knowledge or not? Eh?
I don't know.
Next question.
Question number 77 of 2023. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, how many applications for disability benefit or appeals from the refusal to provide disability benefit have been determined since the 1st of July 2022?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question with questions 78 to 81.
Question number 78 of 2023. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, how many applications for disability benefit remain outstanding for A, less than a year, B, more than 1, 2 or 3 years?
Question number 79 of 2023. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
How many appeals against the decision to refuse disability benefit remain outstanding for less than 1 year, and how many remain outstanding for 1, 2 or 3 years?
Question number 80 of 2023. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, of those applications for disability benefit or appeals from the refusal to provide disability benefit that have been determined since the 1st of July 2022, how many have been successful and how many have been unsuccessful?
Question number 81 of 2023. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Following on from the answer to supplementary question 560 of 2022, can the government now state how many jobs or positions within the government-owned companies are vacant as at the 22nd of December 2022?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, since the 1st of July 2022 to date, 28 cases have been determined by the disability benefit of this. For 16 were approved and 12 disallowed. 98 applications for disability benefit remain outstanding. Of this, 71 cases are less than 1 year and 27 cases are up to 2 years. To date, 12 applications for disability benefit which were not approved and requested to be reconsidered remain pending. Of those, 4 cases are less than 1 year, 6 cases are for 1 year, 1 case is for 2 years, and 1 case is for 3 years. On the date mentioned in the question, there were no vacancies within government-owned companies.
Mr. Speaker, I'll have to take this in stages. In answer to question, I thought it was 77. Certainly, first part of the answer was 77. He said that 28 cases have been determined since the 1st of July of 2022, 16 approved and 12 disallowed. Yeah. Now, that is a combination of answer to question 77 and answer to question 80. But can he tell me, out of the 16 that were approved and the 12 that were disallowed, how many of those were first applications for disability benefit, and how many were appeals? Because the Honourable Gentleman will see that question 80 splits it down between applications and appeals. I just want to know what the ratio is.
I am told, Mr. Speaker, that of the 28, 5 were applications requesting for the decision to be reconsidered, and that 2 were successful and 3 disallowed of the 5.
So, Mr. Speaker, so in relation to 78, what he said was there are 98 applications that remain outstanding. I think that when I asked this question before the summer recess, there were 149. He says less than a year 71, I beg your pardon, and then over 2 years, 27. Do I have that last figure correct? So am I right in saying that therefore no applications for disability benefit remain outstanding for longer than 2 years?
Be a logical deduction from the information I've been provided with. Yeah.
And does that include also cases where, for example, an application may have been made 3 years ago, but an appeal, which was refused, therefore determined, there is then an appeal, and that appeal remains outstanding? In other words, that the total process, the total process is still over, is over 2 years. Can he confirm that when you take appeals into account, none have been outstanding, taking into account the whole process for longer than 2 years?
I can't confirm that, Mr. Speaker, because the alternative interpretation is also possible from the information that I've been provided, and that is that they're only counting the time from the last time that something happened, and not from the time before that when an appeal was made and then it was rejected. It's quite possible that they're counting it from the last time that some action was taken. I don't know. I can find which of the two it is, but
I may come back to this next time round to get a clearer picture. But can he confirm that that he understands that when I've asked the question, how many applications for disability benefit remain outstanding, that obviously that is the original application for disability benefit, not the appeal. That's the original application for disability benefit.
I would have read the question like that, but I don't know necessarily that the person who wrote the answer interpreted it that way, but I will find out. But I would agree with him that that would be the correct interpretation, what he just said.
He said in relation to question 79 that there are 12 appeals outstanding, which seemed to me quite a low number, but that's the answer that he's given me. 4 below a year, and then I think he said 6, 1 year, between 1 year and 2 years, between 1 and 2 years, and 1 above. All right.
Yeah. And then 6 cases are 1 year.
Well, it must be above 1 year.
Well, no, that's not what they would have been told. I mean, it could be that they are 1 year exactly and the others are 1 day less than a year. Mm. And 1 case is for 2 years and 1 case for 3. I mean, obviously, I don't know the individuals or the names or anything, so I can't tell him anything other than the numbers that have been provided by the department.
Yes, I think that's unlikely given the question. But well, let me ask this. So we've got one case that is at least one appeal that is at least outstanding for 2 years. Now, does he agree with me that's a very long time for somebody to wait for an appeal to be determined?
I agree entirely that the whole thing takes a very long time, but the reality is that the volume that the department deals with nowadays is not what it was 11 years ago when he was in government, and there's been a huge increase with claims of disability when the criteria was changed, and some of them may be very urgent, difficult cases, and some very superficial, but I think they are not dealt with in order of importance, shall we say, but rather chronologically. So, you know, they tell me that you cannot rush the people that are doing this, and they won't be told to hurry on because they say they've got a professional assessment to do, and if they take time, well, that's it. So I don't really know what the answer is, because other than trying to find more doctors to do it and provide more resources, I can't see. But as I've told him before, what worries me is when I look at this, and when I look at what is happening with the children needing support in classes, you know, where the figure this year has been astronomical, the members will see when they see the estimates, the growth that there has been in the resources we have to provide, that if there is indeed a real increase in children having disabilities and in adults having disabilities beyond what was normal before, then we need to do something about investigating what is going on. It's not just simply saying, well, look, do more, because it's a very worrying thing if it's happening.
I think I don't mean this a criticism of the honourable gentleman or anything like that, but I think that the answer probably, the answer that he's given me, which is it's dealt with in chronological order, not sure that can be the case, given the fact that there is a case that's longer than 2 years, and that and some of the other statistics that he has provided. But let me just drill down about, because my concern is to search for the reasons why some of these are taking longer. Now, does he know how many, for example, panels there are determining these applications? Is it one panel? Is it two panels? Is it three panels? Because, of course, that is then going to impact on how quick these applications and these appeals are determined.
Where one panel, I don't know more than one.
I'm not sure that can be. I'm not sure, from my own knowledge, I'm not sure that can be. If he doesn't have the answer, I'm not sure that can be the case, because, of course, there is one panel in the sense that it's the panel that advises the director, but the panel is composed of various doctors, and I think there has to be more than one panel, because, for example, there may well be situations where there is a conflict, and somebody else has to come in. I mean, just a simple reason like that. And I think, from my own knowledge, there's more than three people or four people. There's a pool of people that basically are then convened into a particular panel to advise on particular cases. But I'll ask about that, unless he knows.
What I have been told is that there's a panel for adults and a panel for children. That doesn't mean that the panel is always the same people. They can be different people, but at any one time there's only one panel.
It's been me that's confused you by asking the question as to how many panels. Does he know how many doctors, pool of doctors there are from which you convene a panel, and also how many doctors in each panel?
It's 3 in each panel, and I don't know what the pool is, but I'll find out.
And out of the applications that remain outstanding, well, let's deal with 77 and 78, arising from a supplementary answer that the honourable gentleman has given me. So, out of the 28 cases have been determined, does he know how many were children and how many were adults?
I've just, given the questions put as they are written to the department, and that's the information they've given me.
I presume, therefore, that he doesn't know, but please could he confirm whether he doesn't know, out of the ones that are outstanding, how many are adult and children. The next supplementary is this. Look, seeing that there have been considerable delays in relation to this is probably an issue where, of course, if you are affected, it affects you very personally. So, of course, you're going to do everything that you can in order to contact your MP or somebody else in order to try and help you out. But I do get, and because I've asked a lot of questions, I probably get more people coming to see me about this than anything else. And I accept these are small numbers in the context of the people that live in Gibraltar. But there have been delays, and there are people that are waiting for a long time. Has he attempted at least to drill down as to the reasons for that? And has he attempted to convene a meeting with the director in order to see how these things can be, the decisions can be speeded up?
No, I haven't done that, but you know, from what I've seen, the variety of definitions of disability seems to be, you know, very wide, both here and in the case of special learning needs. So you know, the system that was before was a straightforward thing because it was a list of medical conditions, and either you had it or you didn't have it. So the decision was clear-cut. The system we have today is that, you know, is you know, for example, should mental illness be a disability that gets a disability allowance? And if so, should every person that has got a mental illness do it, get it? Or you see, because the system has been made subjective. Before it was arbitrary, you know, a condition entitled you to it, and another condition did not entitle you to it. Now, it's irrelevant really what the condition is. It's whether you are able to cope with your daily life. Well, this is a very difficult thing to assess, in my view. And not everybody would agree in the assessment, because it is totally subjective. I mean, you know, the person that is claiming it obviously thinks they cannot cope with their daily life. The person making the judgment, I don't know how they reach these decisions. You know, I think we need to maybe go back and analyze how we define the people that require help and get it to those people, because I think the ever-growing number is that there really is no limit, in my view, to what you can say is causing you an inability to cope with the daily chores of your life, because there is no criteria laid down. The criteria is not what is the condition, but the criteria is how are you managing the condition. So if you manage it reasonably well, you get no help. If you go and you say, you know, I can't get out of bed, then they have to give you help. It's not a system that makes a lot of sense to me, and I think maybe what we need to do is make sure that we are putting all the help in the place where it's needed, and not having a system that is clogged up because the number of applicants keeps on growing every year. And therefore, how much in terms of medical resources do we, you know, if you keep on widening it, you know, if somebody is depressed because they've had a quarrel with somebody, then do they get a disability allowance, and for how long, and how do you judge when they are no longer depressed and now happy? Yeah. So I think the system is problematic, and I think it's a difficult system to get delivery of what is required. But it's not something that I've sat with the director to discuss. I've tried to understand it from the explanations that have been given to me of the range of things that people claim are preventing them from leading normal lives. I would say half a population would fit the bill. No.
Well, but you see, this is why I've been an advocate in this House now for a number of years, probably more than 4 years now, asking questions about disability benefit, for there to be a statutory definition or a statutory test with defined criteria that then allows both the panel to refer to the test and also for people to then also know where they stand and what they need to, essentially the criteria that they need to meet in order to qualify. Because what people out there, unfortunately, the people that come to me, what they say is, well, I've got a disability. And I say to them, well, that's not enough, because it's not the disability, it's the effect that it has on your daily life. Now, of course, you say, well, you know, how do you determine it's subjective? The problem, in a sense, that is always going to be a problem with any decision by any court, any tribunal, anything. because tribunals make decisions on the basis of evidence. You produce evidence of the disability and the effect that it has through a report from a doctor, and then the tribunal basically makes a decision. But if you have a statutory test with defined criteria, with the evidence that you might require, for example, a report, then of course it makes it much more stringent, but everybody knows where they stand, and the people that need it will get it, and the people that don't need it will not get it. And I commend that to the Minister, and I ask him whether he agrees with me in relation to that. May I ask another supplementary? I've got just two more, Mr. Speaker, just two more. The other supplementary is the lady that I wrote to you about that has a leg that has been amputated and several other conditions. Has he been able to look at that as well? Because I'm very keen to try and help that lady, because she is going through a very difficult time.
Sure, I'm not sure if that has been dealt with without going back and asking, right? And on the first one, I'll think about the arguments he's put, because I think they've got merit.
If he wants to, I can help him with that. I mean, I don't think anybody outside, well, I don't even know if those that administer it have actually thought about it in those terms, and I've given it a lot of thought. If he wants me to help, I'm perfectly prepared. Pro bono, eh? Okay, we're not, this is not, so I see him there looking at me with a suspicious face, and this is not me angling for any legal work or anything like that. This is pro bono, eh? The final supplementary is, I couldn't help but notice when he answered the question 81 of 2023, which asks how many jobs or positions within government-owned companies are vacant, he says there are no vacancies within government-owned companies. And of course, last time round, when I asked how many vacancies are there in government-owned companies, he said to me, government-owned companies don't have any vacancies. And then it produced an exchange, and that's why I use the word jobs or positions. Now, what I don't want is, if I may say so, this has been a jovial exchange. I don't want any funny business in terms of returning back to the original answer that he's given me, that there are no vacancies in the sense that, in the sort of formalistic sense. I am asking whether there are any jobs or positions that are needed within those companies that are going to be filled up. I mean, just to use sort of a language, I know he understands me perfectly, but a language that all of us would understand. Because I asked originally about vacancies, and he's now returned with the answer vacancies. So, is he saying that there are no jobs or positions within government-owned companies that are vacant?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to misunderstand what he's saying. I explained to him already that in a company, when somebody goes, he doesn't necessarily leave a vacancy, position, or anything else, because government companies are not government departments that have got a list of things, and you say, well, look, how many vacancies are there? And you ask because of what you see in the book. So, I mean, there are a number of companies that have been shrinking now for quite a few years, right? And what we're not going to do is go down the route of saying there has to be a fixed number of positions in a company if the company does not have the work available to replace somebody that goes. At the moment, the companies are not recruiting anybody, have not opened any vacancies in the ETB, and I don't know whether they will in the future, but on the 22nd, certainly they were not doing it.
There were no vacancies.
Yeah. No vacancies that required filling.
But no vacancies open in the ETB, yes?
Yeah.
Right. Next question.
Question number 82 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Borsino.
How many government flats will be released following the allocation of apartments at the Rook residential development for the elderly?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this with question together with question 83.
Question number 83 of 2023. The Honourable DJ Borsino.
Please state whether there is still an intention to build a hotel as part of the Victoria Stadium development.
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, as I explained in a recent interview with GBC, it is not possible to provide an accurate figure at this stage for the impact of the Rook residential development that it will have on releasing government rented housing, because in effect we don't know how many people will want to take it up, and I don't think it is possible to know until the thing is finished and people see it. And on the question of the Victoria Stadium, as far as I'm aware, there are no changes to the original design that was produced, which included the hotel development. But I can tell members that there have been approaches to me by two different groups of people who are interested in the development and in providing the finance. In fact, I had a meeting yesterday with one group that came from UK, where I said, you know, from my point of view, the government, as long as it meets what is required for the GFA and UEFA, you know, as long as that works, then if somebody's interested in funding the whole thing, then we just pull out. If they want to fund part of it and they want us to stay, then we stay in. So the whole thing is we want it to happen, basically. If it has to happen with us providing 100% of the funding, then we will have people locally who are involved locally in being interested in the project and in advising her what they think the project should contain in order to be you know, viable from the point of view of paying for itself. If somebody else comes from outside, they may have different ideas. So at the moment we are getting ready to start on the project because we don't want to hold it up, but we still have an open mind as to how it's likely to finish. But I think the idea of the hotel is one that has logical attractions because, of course, you know, if the people that come to watch the football have an hotel on the place, you know, and they're coming from outside, I mean, it's probably the only place where you can land at the airport, walk across the runway, get into the hotel, wake up in the morning and watch the match. So, you know, it may have some attractions.
Speaker, if I can start with that last answer first. The reason why I'm asking this question is because he did mention, he did make a reference to various things that are going on that site, and that included in a hotel, in a program on GBC. But yet, looking at the design and access statement, and I think he said in the answer also that it still features in the plans, the current plans. But in the design and access statement for outline planning permission as submitted by the GFA, there is no mention of a hotel. There are mentions of the apartments and commercial units, but absolutely no mention of the hotel. Does he know why that's the case, and should he correct the answer he's given me, or have I misunderstood?
I mean, remember that what happened was that the people haven't been trying for a number of years to get this going. When they finally thought they were not going to get it and they would finish with no stadium here and having to go forevermore to Portugal, came to me to see if the government could help. And I told them, look, the government cannot do it because we're having enough problems trying to pay for the things that we need to pay, so we can't sort of give you money. But we'll look to see if there is something else we could do to get you the result that you want. And therefore we will incorporate your project in our National Economic Plan and sponsor it and give you the technical support and make funding available. But ultimately, what we want is that it should happen, and we will make sure that it happens if we have to fund it, but only if it makes money. I mean, there's no question of subsidizing it. So in those conversations, they said to me, the people that came to see me said they thought it would be a very attractive proposition to have a hotel in the complex. And therefore, when I've talked to other people, I think the idea of the hotel has always been seen as a positive thing that would want to, if you want a multi-purpose thing, which will have offices, accommodation, shopping center, hotel. You know, the more that you can get, the more variation that you can get, presumably, the better the project is in terms of raising finance and making money.
And when he answered the question initially, he was talking about talking to different people and that he'd had a meeting today or yesterday, last night. And when he's referring to the developments, he's talking about the whole thing, not the hotel. Is that correct? And because he's speaking to various investors, some investors may think it's a good idea to have a hotel as part of the complex. Is that understanding correct?
What I've done with the people who come to see me, I've said, look, we're not in this because this is particularly something we want to be doing, because otherwise we would have put it in the manifesto in the first place. This is something that we're doing because we see a need and something has to be done about it, and we've decided to get involved on the basis that the product that we are financing will not be something that needs a subsidy from the government, right? That's the criteria. In terms of people wanting to come in, they only want to come in, obviously, if it makes money as well. They're not going to come in to lose money, right? So since there are different groups that have approached me, right, I said to them, look, I think it's better if you discuss these things with the people in the GFA, really, who are going to be the ones who finish with the stadium. We're doing this to help them. And then, depending on what you agree, we are prepared to look at different options from different people, and the one that makes most sense. I mean, frankly, if somebody comes and takes over the whole thing, and we're confident that it's going to happen, we'll be quite happy to, withdraw from the project and devote that money to doing something else, because there are lots of things that we intended to do which we haven't done in the construction area, and so the answer is quite simple. Really, at this stage, how it's going to finish will depend whether we are the only ones there, or there are other parties, or whether we are not there at all. That could change the configuration, because if somebody comes along and says, I will do it, but only if it contains this, because I'm a professional property developer in the UK. These people are from the UK, and I know, or believe I know, that this would bring more money than what you want to do. I can't argue against that, because I don't have the knowledge to argue about what is the best property development that there is. But, as long as we make sure that the people who come in don't then disappear, as has happened on many occasions with other projects, which, have been never got off the ground, because we want this to happen. And it's important that it should happen on the time scale that we want, so that we have as little time as necessary with our players having to go outside. If it's something serious and the people there convince me that it's going to happen, and that it's the best thing for football and best thing for Gibraltar, then what I'm saying today about its configuration may not be what materializes.
I understand, Mr. Speaker. And just that I sort of understood the position. Is it the case that, as he's explained it, the government is, through the savings bank, and which is part of the National Economic Plan, is providing the funding, and it will hopefully reap the benefits as a result of this. The plans as they currently stand, let's assume no developer comes forward, which the honourable member is happy will provide results. So would it be fair to assume, or is there some flexibility, talking about the hotel, within the current plan? So the assumption, is it fair to assume that the plans as they are currently submitted by the GFA before the planning permission, which doesn't include a hotel, and should there be no developers coming forward, other developers, other investors, that this project would not include a hotel? Or is there also flexibility there which the honourable member would consider as in effect a prime investor in the project?
My own view is that the hotel would add value, and it's quite obvious that we don't have enough hotel beds at the moment, you know. So, and there are other people who have contacted me recently that are interested in coming in to invest, not in this, but in providing hotels and investing in the tourist infrastructure of Gibraltar. So it may be that if there are investors for hotels elsewhere, then it may not matter too much if it's not here. But if that is not there, I would strongly argue that there's a need for the hotel there. And I think it would do very well financially.
Next question.
I'd have, Mr. Speaker, no, please, I don't have any supplementaries on question 83. I've asked 3 supplementaries on question 84, which dealt with the hotel. Sorry, 83, which has dealt with the hotel, but I haven't got questions on 82.
Right. You may continue.
I'm grateful. In relation to 82, which was how many government flats, he wasn't here, but we had a question and answer session with the Chief Minister in relation to that. I understand that it is at this stage not possible to have an empirical analysis of how many government flats will be released when the Rook flats are made available and occupied. And there's an element of people making decisions as to how they want to proceed in their lives. And but in terms of statistics, do I take it that we've got, I think it was 267 flats available at the Rook development, which is currently being constructed. We have about 300 odd applicants are currently to Mount Alvernia, and there are 140, I think he said, residents in Mount Alvernia. Are those statistics correct?
I think the list of people that are supposedly wanted to go to Mount Alvernia is an exaggeration. I think that the number is much less than that. Having asked for the list, there are people who are in their 50s there. I think there has been historically a situation where just like every 18-year-old puts his name down for the housing list, so that eventually he goes up the list, every 55-year-old that came out of the civil service put his name down for Mount Alvernia, hoping he would get there eventually. So the list is, the list that I've been shown has got people who are urgent cases, who may not be the people that we can care for, depending on their medical condition, right? And then there's a list of the people who are over 90, between 90 and 101, right? Some of whom are very fit. And those are likely to be the ones. I think in that list, out of the 368, so that's a kind of number that is most likely to be the people that would want to move now. Although there may be younger people than 90 who may be less agile and less fit than the ones over 90. But the list is divided into the urgent cases, the over 90 cases, and the rest. And in the rest, there's certainly some very young people, which I would not expect to want to go there at this point. But I want to be, scoring points on waiting time to get there eventually.
And would he know of the 368, how many are in government rented flats? Because it's possible within that demographic that that they're not. They could be private dwellers. So.
An exact figure, but I think it's probably over 60%. From looking at from my recollection of the list that they showed me, I think it's probably over 60% would be government tenants.
One final question. I think it's a very interesting statistic, and I want to think about it a bit more. But because there is a number of about 260 odd, I think it was, of available units at Rock, isn't there going to be basically there won't be the supply won't necessarily, assuming everybody says yes, the supply won't necessarily meet the demand, and then that will then have, and it arises, it's relevant to the question, then that will have a correlating effect in terms of the availability of government flats for rental. Would that understanding be correct from the figures that we have available?
Meet the demand from the figures that I've seen, because I think there are people who are not ready to move yet. There, quite a big number of people, I think. But it all depends. I mean, once they see the quality of the places, if they're there and they've been accepted as being on a waiting list, if they say we want to move, and they leave a government house that can be rented to somebody else, we won't say no. If the actual usage for pensioners is low, because the people are not ready to move now, but want to move some years down the road, then subject to the advice I get from the expert I'm getting from the UK, is positive in terms that we can dedicate one of the floors to people with Alzheimer's, dementia or something, so that we can have one floor where perhaps the money levels and the skills mix is different, then we'll consider that. But I don't know what the answer is going to be. So, the reality is that obviously we want the place to be occupied, but we want to occupy it in the best possible use. So, if the advice I get that this is not suitable, then it's not going to happen, because we're not going to force people into a place that is not suitable. No.
Right, next question.
Question number 84 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, when is it expected that the construction of the new Victoria Stadium and adjoining residential commercial complex will commence, and when will the contract for the works go out to tender?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
I will answer this question with questions 85 to 89, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 85 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Who has undertaken a financial feasibility plan for the projected new Victoria Stadium, and has the government or savings bank received a copy?
Question number 86 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Has the government been told by GFA whether it's currently permissible under UEFA rules for the proposed new stadium to be of a smaller size than 8,000 seats?
Question number 87 of 2023. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Is the government aware what the projected cost for building a 5,000-seater and or 8,000-seater new football stadium would be without the proposed residential and commercial development?
Question number 88 of 2023. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Has the Minister for the Savings Bank approved the extent of residential and/or commercial configurations of the proposed new Victoria Stadium project, and if so, on what basis?
Question number 89 of 2023. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Who is determining what the size of the residential and commercial parts of the proposed new Victoria Stadium should be, and how many apartments should form part of the project?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, there is no start date identified yet for the construction of the stadium complex project, but preliminary site clearing work should be starting later this month. At the same time, packages for different parts of the project are now being considered, and quotes may be invited once a planning permission has been obtained. Neither the government nor the Savings Bank has been given a copy of a financial feasibility plan for the projected new Victoria Stadium. The government has not been told by GFA whether UEFA rules under UEFA rules it is permissible for the proposed stadium in the complex to be smaller than 8,000 seats. As far as I know, there is no standard cost comparison between the 5,000 and the 8,000 spectator capacity stadium, but I've been given to understand that the difference is not very big in terms of cost. I am not involved in the operational details of the commercial configuration of the stadium complex, and I'm not qualified to make such a judgment on the extent of residential and commercial configuration, which would determine the profitability.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'll take these in turn in a minute, if I may, but let me just ask a broad question which strikes me, having heard all those answers, which in effect I think is that, I mean, the government hasn't seen the financial feasibility study, at least the minister hasn't seen it, and he's not involved in the configuration. He's not aware of the specific costs, and he's not aware whether UEFA rules allow a smaller stadium. Now, in the context of all that, given that backdrop of his lack of knowledge and lack of sight of the financial feasibility study, on what basis has he been able to come to a conclusion to allow a funding of the project?
Project is subject to the project happening because it is profitable and viable. Otherwise, it will not happen. I made that clear in answer to the previous questions. So what we are doing is we've made an offer that will permit this to happen on the basis that the people involved are confident that they can deliver a project that will, in fact, meet all the questions that is asking now, even though so far there is nothing concrete that is taking place. And I've told the previous questioner that if there are a number of parties interested, what would be the final thing and the feasibility would be different. So we will have somebody coming along with one suggestion of the configuration and one result of the feasibility, and somebody else. I've already said in that question that when we look at it, we will then decide if there are a variety of proposals and a variety of feasibility studies from different partners, from different people who want to get involved. We will pick the one that we think is best in Gibraltar's interest. If indeed it happens that somebody comes along and wants to take it out of our hands and do the whole thing, the answer is there will be no more questions to answer this. Because, we won't be needed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I understand it is all about financial feasibility of the project, but that's precisely where I'm going. He hasn't seen the financial feasibility study, if there is one. Now, the design and access statement that was filed by the GFA National Stadium Limited for the planning application sets out a fairly precise meterage of the shopping centre at 9,000 metres, the residential area at 11,700 metres. It's quite precise. Commercial offices, 3,500 metres. Somebody must have designed this project and put it together. Now, you would have thought that this would have had a financial feasibility study underpinning it to precisely decide whether it's profitable or not, one way or the other. Now, the Honourable Member is saying that he hasn't seen it, so I'm trying to probe on what basis then he's given it its backing, give this project its backing.
Repeat what I say before it finally is penetrated into the brain of the Honourable Member opposite. I have said, before he stood up, that there are a number of variable possibilities that may change the piece of paper he's got in front of him, that we may not be involved at all, but that if we do get involved, as we are willing to get involved, it will be because we are satisfied that the thing is going to make money and not lose money and cause us to have to provide a subsidy. That is the state of play as we stand here today. The problem with the Honourable Members' questions is that the questions that they put the moment something is announced was as if the first 24 hours, everything that was possible had already been worked out. It doesn't work like that. I mean, we are moving at a very fast speed compared to what is the traditional time it takes for anything to happen in Gibraltar, in this area. So he can expect results faster than, for example, what happened when the GSD announced the Sovereign Bay East Side project, which went to several iterations, and they were going to be investing millions in there, and then none of it happened. I am not going down that road. I am not making claims of things that are not tight. When they are, I will share what I know with the Honourable Member. At the moment, what I'm telling him is what I've told the GFA. We are willing to come in and do this, provided we are satisfied that it will not be making a loss and that we will not be incurring a loss, because I'm not going to be investing the money from the savings bank in anything that loses money. It's as simple as that. In this project or in any other one, these things will make money for the savings bank, which is better than the return that they get by having it in London in equity, which gives us a measly 0.5%. So, and it's in my view, it is better to use the savers' money to create assets in Gibraltar than to create assets somewhere else. But clearly, I'm not going to put that money at risk. And therefore, when the time comes, we see that the viability that we expect is not there, then it will not happen. Everybody that is involved, who know more about this than I do, is confident that it can be done and that it will make money. I don't think they're all making it up in order to persuade me, because I won't be persuaded just by that. I will be persuaded when there's something more tangible being done. But at the moment, the fact that somebody comes out from the UK to meet me because they've heard of this and they think it's something worth investing into is an encouraging sign, I would have thought. They haven't got a feasibility study. They haven't asked all the questions the Honourable Member's asking. And, I had a meeting of an hour and a half yesterday with them in the savings bank, simply because they wanted to know what the position of the savings bank was in terms of being the investor. And I said, look, the reality of it is that we are the investor by default in this. And we want this to happen. But if somebody comes in and wants to do the whole thing and wants us to get out, we'll get out. And if you want to come in and you would like to partner with us, then we'll partner. That's the answers I've given before. I can't go beyond that because that is the state of play now.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I'm normally particularly slow on the uptake, so it's not that he has to repeat things for brain penetration purposes. It's that what he is saying sounds so strange given the catalogue of events that we have all seen. I mean, after all, he is now saying on the 19th of January that he hasn't seen the feasibility study, he's not involved in the configurations, but he's, and that they might not be involved at all, but if they are, it's going to make money, and I say, well, on what basis does he think he's going to make money? Because he hasn't seen the financial feasibility study, and he hasn't seen the numbers, but it didn't stop him 3 months ago from donning the Gibraltar national shirt, which is the only shirt that he and I probably share, and announcing it with great fanfare in the middle of the Victoria Stadium, which at half-time in the last match that Gibraltar played at home. Having donned the Gibraltar shirt, and then gone on television to explain the project, he must have been satisfied then that the savers' monies was going to be well used. But he is now saying 3 months later he hasn't even seen the financial feasibility study. Yeah. That's what he's saying to people. And I find that strange. I mean, I accept it. I accept at face value that he is saying, I'm not suggesting he's seen it. I accept it, but I find it strange because the GFA, this is not the first GFA application. The GFA has made previous applications. In March 2020, it made a previous application for the construction of a stadium that didn't have residential, commercial, etc. At that stage, it was obvious that there was a financial feasibility study because the entity that prepared the design and access statement in March 2020 on their website says we prepared a financial feasibility study for the stadium that didn't include residential or commercial. Now, he is saying he made a decision as to savers' monies without seeing the financial feasibility study. I find that incredible, given the sequence of events. So will he not, in the context of all this, will he not ask for the financial feasibility study?
In the 50 years I've been here, I've done things that people thought was incredible on that side. And eventually they had to believe it because it happens. Okay? And I expect that this will be the case again. And I will not ask for something because he asked me to ask for it. I will ask for something if I think I need to ask for it. I have told him that, in fact, I am more encouraged than ever if people come here looking for the opportunity to invest in something than, by having said, give me the feasibility study. And so I haven't said they haven't done a feasibility study. I said I haven't seen it and I haven't asked for it. And at the end of the day, I have gone to great length to explain to him that if there was any risk whatsoever, it wouldn't happen. I am totally convinced that there is no danger of risk, and therefore it will happen. But I could be mistaken, right? And if I'm mistaken, then I will say I'm mistaken and we cannot do this because it's not possible to do it. But since I believe it is possible to do it, then the feasibility study that will be done will depend, given that there are a number of players, on which one eventually is going to be the partner or the person that delivers it. And if it is somebody that is doing the whole thing, then all his questions and all his worries and everything else evaporate because we won't be there. Okay?
Well, I mean, and of course, if that were the case, of course, a lot of my worries would go away, because I'm worried about savers' monies and the decision-making process. And he says he might. I mean, the slight glimmer in what you've just said is that he might ask for the feasibility study. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. I would have thought it would have been obvious. I mean, I appreciate we're different people. We're going to react differently. But if someone approached me on this basis, I would have wanted to know how much is the stadium that the GFA itself sought to construct in March 2020, which was about 5,000 people, not an 8,000-seater stadium. How much is that going to cost? How much is an 8,000-seater going to cost? And convince me, if I'm going to recommend this to the government, if I'm going to announce this decision, convince me that it's financially viable. I would have wanted to see the financial feasibility study, but I see the glimmer in what the honourable member says. Can I just ask him, in relation to the specific question on the commencement of the works, if I may, which is 84, he says that quotes may be obtained for packages of the works, the clearing of the site may start and so on. But he also said in the context of an answer to my colleague to my left, that obviously there was a keenness to get on with the project within the timescale. I think he alluded to a timescale, although it wasn't specific on the timescale. I'm not sure whether in his discussions with the GFA that a timescale has become evident, given that obviously this is a stadium that is being used all the time for football. But so two questions enrolled in one. Has there been any kind of timescale indicated as to when this project should be done? And are these packages where quotes have been obtained, are they going out to tender on these works? Oh, sorry.
The savings bank is involved in providing finance. In the projects that we do not get involved from the savings bank or from the Ministry of Economic Development in telling people how they should do their job. So the people who are doing it, who are professionals, will decide what is the best way to do it in order to get the best result at the best price. I mean, this is not a government tender that is going out. Okay? I mean, I don't know what is different between the savings bank and the Gibraltar International Bank in terms of funding projects, but I can't imagine that you know the kind of questions that I'm being asked here would be asked of the bank by them. No, but it's state-owned. So, and therefore the position is that at this stage, I have given the honourable members opposite an update of what is happening, which may change what happens in the future, but the commitment is a commitment that I gave, subject always to the fact that when we go down the road of financing it, or whoever else comes in goes down the road of financing it, it will only happen if it's viable, and I am convinced that it's viable. And have I seen a feasibility study that convinces me? No. I am convinced that this will work, and I'm convinced that it can make money. Okay?
Speaker, can I just ask about the cost, if I may, of the stadium? I mean, the honourable member, I think, said he doesn't have a specific cost for a 5,000-seater stadium or an 8,000-seater stadium, but he understands them not to be too different. Words to that effect, if I understood him correctly. Now, can I just probe on that? Is he saying that he, in the context of the decision-making process, didn't ask GFA, what does a 5,000-seater stadium, what does an 8,000-seater stadium cost? And the reason I ask that question is simple in this sense. There have already been, this is not the first, application that the GFA have made to construct the stadium. This is the third. The third. They made an application in 2018. The application in 2018 was for an 8,000-seater stadium. In 2020, they made a second one. This time, for a smaller stadium. There, they say, in the 2020 Design and Access statement, and I'll read it to you, it says, an initial concept design with a stadium capacity of approximately 8,000 seats was submitted as part of a planning application in June 2018 and was granted outline permission in November 2018. However, since then, the GFA has taken advantage of the fact that Category 4 conditions were amended by UEFA in April 2019 to allow smaller countries to reduce the capacity of the stadia. This has allowed the GFA to adapt the capacity and other design elements to Gibraltar's actual needs. One would have thought, therefore, that it must have been relevant to GFA because they filed a new application for a smaller stadium. So why would the government, the minister, when he engaged with GFA, not ask them what the cost of the relevant stadium would be, whether it's 5,000 or 8,000? Because GFA must have thought it was relevant because they filed a second application in March 2020.
Questions are hypothetical, not questions of fact, but I am told that in fact, in terms of the complex, the difference in the price of the stadium will not be significant. If you didn't do the complex and you just did the stadium, then clearly a difference in price will be more significant. That is to say, if you are doing a bigger thing, of which the football pitch is a part, the number of seats in the football pitch may make a difference to a football pitch with seats and nothing else. If you're doing something where perhaps, hypothetically speaking, 80% of the project has nothing to do with playing football, then the difference in the bit that is about playing football may not be significant on the overall cost. So I think that perhaps explains why before it might have had more of an impact on the cost and now it has less. But I am told that the impact on the cost is not significant in the context of a complex. It might have been significant in the context of nothing else there other than the stadium.
But told by whom? Because he's not seen the financial feasibility study, and he hasn't seen other information. He's told by whom that it would not be a significant cost? By the GFA or by somebody else?
Would the honourable member like to know the day of the week and the hour of the day, or just names of people that I talked to? Look, he's asking for information. I give him information. He then wants to know who told me that. Well, it was a guy that I met having coffee in Main Street. Okay?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that's true, fine, I accept it. But if that was a glib remark and he doesn't want to give me the information, it's relevant because I'm trying to assess, because obviously the GFA thought it was relevant, because they withdrew the application that they had filed in 2018 and they substituted a new one for a much smaller stadium using the UEFA rules that they could use. They must have thought it was relevant. They must have thought it was relevant as to cost. He is saying that he's been told that it's not such an impact, but he's not seen the financial feasibility study. So I'm trying to establish, did he get that information from the GFA? But if he doesn't want to give me that information, that's okay, Mr. Speaker, if that's how helpful he wants to be, and people can decide what they make their minds up on that issue. Mr. Speaker, can I ask him, in respect of again, on the residential configuration, which he says he's not involved in. We now know what the residential configuration is. Last time when I asked him, he said that it had not been devised, but we now know that it has been devised because the information is in the planning, is in the design and access statement. He says he's not been involved in the configuration. Again, I take that at face value, but he will be aware that there are planned 92 apartments as part of the development. 68 one-bedroom apartments, 18 two-bedroom apartments, and 6 others, which I presume are much bigger than that because they're not 3 or 4 bedroom apartments, because those are blank. Again, someone must have decided that that has to be the basis of this development so that it is profitable. Is he saying that he doesn't know and he wasn't involved in those discussions, and so when he reached his decision he had no influence on these issues?
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member knows all the information that he's asking me, then he shouldn't be asking, because he's not supposed to be asking things that are in the public domain, and he says that he's read it all in the submission that has been made. He started saying that if I don't know, he knows. Well, if he knows and I don't know, why does he ask me to tell him? Is it so that he can criticize me for not knowing? That's the purpose of the question.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him a different question. What I tried to lead up to it without trying to outflank the honourable member on the basis that he suggested I did, which is to expose him for saying he didn't know. On the contrary, what I said to him, I have asked him this question before, and he said that the configuration hadn't been done. Since I asked him that question, the design and access statement has now been published. And from the design and access statement, I can see the figures. What I'm saying is, having seen the figures, these are very precise figures. So 68 one bedrooms. Why 68 and not 75? Well, someone's formed the view that this has to be the basis for profitability. And I'm trying to understand whether he was consulted on these figures. If he wasn't, why wasn't he? Because he must have made his mind up on some basis when he committed savers' monies up to 100 million to this project.
It's impossible to satisfy the member because I have gone through a series of questions with the premise throughout that there are a number of parties interested in this, and therefore if somebody comes tomorrow and says, I'm going to put 80 million on the table, you don't need to be in, but I want 169 instead of 168, there will not be 168, there will be 169. Or does he think we'll tell him, no, because Mr. Sopardi read that there was 168, he's going to be very upset if we put one more, so take the 80 million away. At this point in time, that is the proposal. On the basis of that proposal, right, which may change depending on who comes in or doesn't come in, the cost of what is being sold today is quite substantial given the prices of the market. So, the reality is that a complex that would have that level of density, you don't need to do a detailed feasibility study to get a reaction of, is this going to produce a volume of money that looks credible? And the answer is it does. But it doesn't have to be exactly like it is, because at the point that we are now, we are open to alternatives, and of course the GFA knows that our position is that we want this to happen. we will be there if it can make money and produce a return for the savings bank. If other people come in, provided they don't delay the thing too much by wanting to come in, then we will get out. If they don't come in or that the thing is taking too long, we will not get out. We will, in fact, do the funding of preliminary work so as to try and make sure that avoidable delays don't happen, and then we would expect to be reimbursed if we're not the ones that do the funding at the end. So, you know, when I've said that we are looking to start doing some of the site clearing and stuff like that, and that we are willing to fund on the basis that we'll get our money back if we're not there.
Can I just interject here and suggest that we are now moving in a situation where this is developing into a debate. So I would ask the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, to ask one, possibly two more supplementaries, and then we'll close it.
Mr. Speaker, can I just say that, I mean, if we are taking time, and I appreciate the answers, but I have asked, as far as I can see, 9 questions on my 6 questions. So
I fully accept that, but we're really not getting or making any progress. We seem to be going over and over the same ground. So this is why I'm saying that if you have a new question, a new supplementary, then yes, you may continue. But if we're going to go over the same ground over and over again, it serves no purpose.
Mr. Speaker, I do have more questions, and they are different ones. And if we're not making progress, with all due respect, it's also maybe partly due, if not wholly, due to the answers I'm getting, and the style of the answers. So perhaps that we've got shared blame there. Mr. Speaker, it's not that I'm saying to the honourable member that the configuration should be, you know, that I'm not expecting him to turn round, you know, if you get someone interested in the development and he then points to the design statement to say, no, it has to be 68, it can't be 75 apartments. That's not what I've suggested. What I'm quite perplexed at, actually, is that there has been a configuration done. There has been a design and access statement done. It's very specific. It's not residential area 15,000 meters. It's 11,738. I mean, it's very precise. Someone has decided that that should be the configuration. He's made a decision on the basis of it. He says he hasn't seen the financial feasibility study. I take at face value. He's made his decision, put his shirt on without seeing all that, and that's fine. That's his decision. But can he help me in understanding who decided the configuration of the apartments that was put forward as part of the planning application? Does he know who did the configuration? It wasn't him, but does he know who?
And it's not my business to know who it was either, so that I can tell him. I mean, you know, I don't know if the piece of paper that he has indicates who submitted it. But what I'm telling him, as you correctly say, Mr. Speaker, he's going to get the same answer from whichever angle he puts a question. So I don't mind. I mean, you know, I'm quite happy to do an all-night session. I've done them many times in this house.
Mr. Speaker. Did he have a discussion at all with GFA about the UEFA rules, or whether the UEFA rules would permit a smaller stadium, which would allow, I mean, a smaller stadium with residential development? Did he have any discussion at all with GFA about the size of the stadium?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't have a discussion about it, and there was no indication that there was any problem with the stadium being 8,000 or 5,000. I mean, when I discussed it with them, they put to me all the things that were relevant, and that was apparently not something relevant until he raised the issue. When he raised the issue in his question, I said, is there a problem or is there a difference between the two? And I was told, well, given the complex, the cost 8 or 5 in the cost of the total complex is not significant. And I asked, because he put a question. So,
Mr. Speaker, is he having regular meetings with the GFA in relation to this project? Given that they've put forward a planning application. I mean, he said, look, I mean, the planning application was put in by GFA National Stadium Limited. He has already informed us that that's the entity that will be running with the project. Is he having regular meetings with GFA on this project? Because he seems actually completely left-fielded on the detail of this, even though he supported it publicly with the football shirt on.
Have supported a lot of projects in the National Economic Plan, but I am not like the former leader of the GSD who told Parliament that he saw himself as a project manager and he would go down to select the color of the umbrellas in the casemates. And I remember on one particular occasion that he said he was deciding the painting of Joshua Hassan House in Secretary's Lane. And when the people who were doing the painting got, fed up with his changes of painting, they put one day a paint on the side of the wall that the sun was shining and the one that was in the shadow, and it was the same paint, and he chose one of the two from the same tin. I don't get in that involved. I'm not involved in the detail, and I have no intentions of getting involved, and I have no intentions of going through the many projects we're going to have in the National Economic Plan, which I will be rolling out and which will be transformative for Gibraltar. And I'm not going to be spending all the time having meetings, even though I work 7 days a week, so that I can get all the details of everything that would satisfy him, in the knowledge anyway that he won't be satisfied. Because the strategy is that whatever it is they get told, they ask for more. Voracious appetite for information, insatiable. Well, I'm sorry. The answer is, what I've told you is what I'm going to tell you, and that's it. If I have more information to give you at a later stage, I will. At the moment, the situation is that we are looking at a project which has been reflected in what the honourable member has read from the perspective of the GFA, and who are the owners of the stadium company. There are other people with interest. We have to see what happens and how this finishes. But at the end of the day, it will only happen if it's viable, and I am convinced that it's viable without having to get a feasibility study, because it makes a lot of sense.
Mr. Speaker, it's not that I have a voracious appetite, I mean, of course I want the information, but the reason that we want the information is because he's taken a decision of importance in relation to save us money, and what we are trying to do is fulfill our role here and hold him to account on these matters. Does he not accept that that is what we're trying to do, and it's not for any other agenda? Does he not accept that?
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't accept it at all. I think what they want to do is to rubbish what we're doing so that they can say that we don't know what we're doing, that it's crazy, that the bank's money is going to be lost, that the savers should take the money out, that there should be a run on the bank, and hopefully on the back of all that, win an election. Well, okay, good luck to him.
Honourable Roy Clint.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief, just one supplementary on question 85, which was asked by the Leader of the Opposition. If I can ask the Minister if he could explain the difference between the answer he gave the Leader of the Opposition and the answer he gave to my question 558 of 2022, in which the official answer, i.e. the written answer on script, was the financial analysis of the viability of the Victoria Stadium complex development has been conducted as an exercise of input from people with expertise from the property market and assessed by a former partner of EY, has had the inputs in terms of technical features which led to assessing the financial viability from experts in construction of stadiums, including the person who was a project manager of a stadium with 60,000 seats, who happens to be currently a member of the staff at GBIC, and the design team that produced the concept that was made public, which had an input from the construction of stadium projects in Portugal. And I asked the Minister if he could help us by reconciling what he has told the Leader of the Opposition and what he told me in answer to that question.
Speaker, the question that I've been asked, have I been given a copy? And the answer is no, I haven't been given a copy. Okay?
Mr. Speaker, I, at the risk of entering the absurd, if he hasn't been given a copy, has he seen the financial viability plan?
What I said to him is the explanation that was given to me as to what was going on. I have not asked to see anything, and I have not been given anything, and I don't intend to ask for it. Okay? So there is no contradiction. I told him what I had been told they were doing, right? And I shared the information that I had with him. I have now been asked whether the government have been given a copy of the feasibility plan. No, we haven't got a copy of the feasibility plan. We haven't asked for one. It hasn't been offered. We don't intend to ask for one. Why? Because the feasibility that was done by the people who are doing it then may not be the feasibility that will be done by the time this goes ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're making some progress. So, can the Minister just clarify? Well, I know, but the Minister, you know, he always leads to further questions. So, just for the sake of the House, is it right, and effectively what he's saying is, that was then, this is now, things have moved on, things are changing, what may have been a plan at that time when he announced it may not be the plan now, and therefore, in his mind, there is no financial viability so to look at, because it's all basically back to the drawing board in that sense. Is that what he's saying?
The picture that was seen as containing the elements that would make this a profitable entity, which the people here have, may not be the same as the picture of somebody coming out, where perhaps, I mean, there are two issues here, I think. One is that I think the people who are in the local property market who've been involved at looking at this probably know the local market better than other people. However, the people who I've had two approaches. The one was from the UK yesterday, and earlier than that I had an approach from a guy that was representing the Dubai office of an American investment fund, who said that they had been very keen to do a stadium in Marbella, and that apparently they found they had to pave the way to do the investment, you know, and after trying to pave the way, the paving of the way didn't seem to be getting anywhere, so they pulled out. I told them, of course, that this is not something that happens in Gibraltar. They didn't have to pave any way for anybody. He would look at the project, and if they were interested, you know, I mean, I had the same message for both contacts, right? the first guy said he would go back to Dubai and talk to his principals. I explained, how the local property people saw the project, and I explained to him that really, this was something we were very keen to happen, but we didn't want to prevent investors coming in if they saw this as an attractive proposition, because we had many other things that we wanted to do. So, the position now is that the concept as envisaged by the locals may not be what is finally done if the guy that represents the American Investment Fund is the one that persuades us that that is the best thing for Gibraltar, or the guys that have come out from UK come with something different. I mean, there are things that need to be done anyway, whoever does it, and we are going to invest money in doing things that will make no difference to the configuration of the project, just to make sure that things are happening and we don't wait longer than we need to wait to get the program started, right? So that is, as far as I'm concerned, if we do it, then fine, we've already paid for some of it. If somebody else does it, then they will come and say, we will show them how much we spent in getting things done, and then we'll recover that money. But there are, at the moment, the vision of the local property people, the guy that came representing the investment fund from the States brought me the scheme that he had done, that they had intended and they were very keen to do in Marbella. They left a copy with me. To me, football is not something that, they all look the same to me. So, but that we are with the domestic thing and two potential outsiders. I think it's encouraging that there should be people coming in wanting to do it. Because if it was, people don't normally go around the world looking for opportunities to lose money, You can do that by buying Bitcoin. You don't need to go anywhere.
Right. Can we progress to written questions?
Answers to written questions.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table the answers to written questions W1 of 2023 to W7 of 2023. And I have the honour to move, Mr. Speaker, that the House should now adjourn until tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I now propose the question, which is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 20th of January at 3 p.m. And I put the question, which is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 20th of January at 3 p.m. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Passed. This House will now adjourn to Friday, the 20th of January at 3 p.m.